Senator Rhodes was the longest serving senator, and when I look across this body, I see a lot of new faces. And what I would encourage you to ask yourself is why you are here. Think on why you're here. Remember why you're here. There are going to be some long nights. This probably won't. You're going to have some challenging decisions to make at some point in time, and I would just encourage you to remember why you're here. And if the answer of why you're here is for yourself, I would hope that you really, really deeply consider your choice of sitting in this room. If your answer is yourself, there's no shame in it. Pick your placard up, turn it in, because that's not why you're here. You're here to serve your fellow adults. The key term in selfless service is selfless. And if you're here for your own personal motives, agenda, I want this, I want to make this look good, no. You're here to serve your fellow Aggies and always be concerned with their welfare, their well-being. I attended a conference sometime before I even actually started working at this august institution, and it was right here at Texas A&M. And I remember this one speaker, and they came up and they were like, "Hey, guys, if you remember nothing else, please remember to keep the main thing the main thing." Your main thing at this moment is how you can serve your fellow students, not what factions or groups that you can be a part of while you're here, not what alliances you can make to shift and sway votes to maybe get some power in the room because you think it's going to get you here, maybe get you into the house, into the state house one day, or move your political career forward, because your success is going to be determined on how well that you serve your students. And so if your personal motives ever get in the way of that, just rethink your choices. Y'all are going to do some amazing things. I know y'all are going to do some amazing things. I want to offer myself to help you do those amazing things. My role as advisor is to give you what I think is my honest advice. I'm going to be honest with you. We're going to disagree at some points in time. I'm perfectly fine with that. I respect your opinions. Hopefully anybody who's talked to me knows that I'm going to always give your opinions respect. And hopefully you'll do the same with mine. But please take advantage of my help. I'm here for you. I know people are like, you're the administration. But my main goal is to make sure that you guys are successful. And if you're doing something that's a detriment to your own success, I'm going to tell you. If you're not bringing forth well-researched legislation and people are coming back to me and saying, these are things that we already do and wish somebody had talked to me about it before they put together a bill and came to my office, and now they're going to tell me that this is what you should be doing, but this is what we already do. That's going to be a detriment to your success. I want you to be successful in the things you do. I really do. The more successful you are, the more successful your fellow students will be, the more successful Texas A&M will be. With that, I'll wrap up. Thanks and giggle.
All right, so are there any questions for Mr. Johnson? I'll recognize myself. Where's your office, Mr. Johnson?
My office is Coldest 127, right down the way. You pass it when you come to the little SGA. It's right beside the Senate office. If you haven't been to the Senate office, stick your head in. My office is right beside the Senate office.
So now we'll close the period of question.
Thanks.
And move into a period of swearing in of new senators. Are there any senators here who were not here last meeting that need to get sworn in? Yes, we have one. Anyone else? Please come in the front. Just you, Senator One? Yes, sir. So you get a personal swearing in. Congratulations.
For sure. I'll move to the step list. Say what's your time. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Jacob White,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of state your office
the duties of the office of off-campus senator
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
and to promote, say that again, I'm
And to
sorry,
promote good relations
and to promote good relations
between the students and those concerned with the university.
between the students and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
we will move into a period of elections. Yes, Senator Page.
I was gonna have a nomination.
Okay. With that, we will move into a period of elections. So we'll open up the period of elections for the Student Services Chair, beginning with nominations. Are there any nominations, Senator Page?
Senator Page, College of Engineering, I nominate Mr. Vincent.
Mr. Turner, you accept? Are there any other nominations? Yes. Chair Rosen.
Chair Rozier, Rules and Regulations, I nominate Nicholas Page.
I accept.
Page, you accept? Are there any other nominations for the position of Student Services Chair?
Senator
Yes,
Blair,
Senator Blair.
Liberal Arts, I have a point.
Yes.
On the agenda, did we,
Please state your name and comment. I missed it.
the appointment of the ad hoc committee, did we
Yes.
do that or? Ad hoc committee?
Yes, we did.
Okay, cool.
Any other nominations, points? With that, we will close the period of nominations and enter into a period of presentation, beginning with Senator Turner. If the other candidate may leave the room and their character witness. All right.
Not change what day.
All right. Senator Turner, you have 10 minutes, starting it out.
Well, howdy, Senate. I am here before you today to run for Student Services Chair of Student Senate. It's been a pleasure to serve on the Student Services Committee this last year. And I've had a great time and had the ability to be able to put forth a lot of legislation, edit a lot of legislation to help the student body. But first, I'm going to go, for those of you who aren't familiar with me, I'm just going to go a little background. So, my name's Vincent. You didn't get that from my introduction initially. Fighting Texas Aggie class of 2017. A finance major in the Trading Risk and Investments program. So, for all of you guys in Maynard, come see me. I'm from Houston, Texas. Proud of Houston, Texas. I'm first generation Aggie, and I'm an Eagle Scout as well. So, little fun facts about myself. I'm an ENTP for all of you nerds out there who enjoy psychological stuff. I was once on the Jimmy Kimmel show doing a sketch about gambling. My 4 times great grandfather was actually the governor of Alabama, and if you want to know how that works out, well, we'll talk about that afterwards. I'm actually a registered member of the Whig Party too. Go figure. And yeah, we'll get into it. There we go. And so as far as involvement, I'm heavily involved on campus. I see a lot of students and I hear their complaints. And that's one of the reasons that I wanted to head this committee, so that I can really take all their ideas and all their complaints and bring them forward to you guys to vote upon and to edit inside of the committee. So involvement-wise, I am a member of the Kappa Sigma fraternity, where I served as a senior vice president of public relations, the webmaster, and the director of campus affairs. I'm also involved in the Interfraternity Council, which is the umbrella for all 19 fraternities. This current year, I was the director of marketing, and I've recently been elected as the vice president of finance. I'm in the student senate. Whoa, go figure. And I am in the Aggie career team. And it's a great opportunity to go and speak publicly in front of organizations, or even we've even spoken in front of administration and talk about things that we need as a career center. And so, legislative experience, I put forth the toilet paper bill, which was in my opinion, a great example of how you can see need and put forth the effort and the research to make sure that need is met. So when I was deciding on whether I wanted to run for Senate, that's something that someone came to me and said that's what they wanted. And so I put forth the research, months of research, talking to several different factors of administration and sanitation services, to put forth a bill that was well researched and hopefully will be implemented next year. The new officer bill, the interview applicants bill, which is currently under review by administration and is likely to be implemented, hopefully. The locale bill, which was just passed, and the Matthew Gaines bill was just passed as well. And so I'm going to get onto it. So my goals for this semester are to listen, assist, and empower. And one of the reasons that I am running for this position is because my mother, she came to visit me on campus. And one of the things that she had trouble with was getting around campus. She has multiple sclerosis, which, if you don't know, is a disability where you can't really tell if they have that, but it's still an issue for some students on campus. And so that's one of the things that kind of got me into it, because I want to make sure that any student who has a disability or any student who has a problem and doesn't want to bring it forth, we can make sure that that's taken care of for them. So listen, assist, empower. Listen, A&M's becoming more diverse. We have a lot of new people here, a lot of people who aren't necessarily historically a part of A&M's system. And we need to do everything that we can to make sure that they're included and that they understand that this is a campus for them, and to give them the resources they need to make sure that they feel welcome and they can navigate this campus in the best way possible. So whether it be students with disabilities, minority populations, majority populations, we want to make sure that they have all the resources that they need. Assist. So my committee is going to be a place where everybody in my committee, not only do we edit bills and work with bills, we also follow up with bills. So everyone in my committee will be well versed in the legislative process, but also be able to go forth in the administrative process, actually understand what's going on and what's going on with this bill. So if you put a bill in Student Services Committee, you can rest assured that anybody in Student Services Committee is going to understand what's going on with your bill and be able to help you navigate the administrative side of everything. And finally, empower. And I want to make sure that we do a better job of outreaching to the student body. So when a bill is passed, it's easy enough to just pass a bill and go to the next step and go on writing your next bill. But it's a huge part of writing bills and being in the Senate to actually go and mobilize students to understand why you did this, and who this bill is for. Thank you. And that is the empower side of things. And now I'm going to open it up to questions if anybody has any.
All right. With that, we'll move into a period of question and answer. Are there any questions for the senator? Yes, Senator Argument.
Senator Jordan R. Gamley, College of Engineering. I was wondering, you mentioned your mom had multiple sclerosis. After you kind of became a part of Senate, is there anything in particular you kind of pushed towards or to kind of pass to kind of further those endeavors? Personally interested.
Certainly, thank you.
Please remain standing.
Sorry about that.
So actually, when I first got into Student Service Committee, there were a lot of bills for disabilities which came through, and it was a great pleasure to be able to edit them and understand how they work. So before I got my feet under myself as a senator, I couldn't necessarily put forth legislation to do so, but there was a lot of legislation in the beginning of that session that really took care of a lot of that stuff. A lot of stuff that I wanted to take care of. So it was a great feeling to be able to be a part of that. Thank you. Thank you.
And now we have Senator Kubiak.
Senator Kubiak, College of Liberal Arts. So you mentioned the infamous 2 Apply Till I Die bill. Would you give us some more background onto the research that you did, and meeting with the administration, and how you navigated that process?
Certainly. So as a lot of you can imagine, taking on an endeavor such as 2-ply toilet paper, it's a lot more daunting than it seems, actually. And I had to actually figure out where to go and where to start. And there's this part of campus called, there's the organization, the SSC, which is there to take care of a lot of the sanitation portions of the university. So I had to have several meetings with them and have a meeting with Georgia Pacific, out of all people, to make this happen and to pass this bill, and to make sure that I knew what was going on before I put this bill in committee, before I put this before you guys, the body, the 68 session. And it was an awesome job, or an awesome time being able to research that and know a lot more about toilet paper and the logistics about sanitation in the university. And so just a lot of research, talking to a lot of people, a lot of great people, and just a lot of hard work.
Are there any other questions? Yes. Senator Bond.
Senator involvement off campus, permission to preface.
Briefly.
You had mentioned 5 bills, I believe it was, in your presentation. Of those bills that you've endorsed and supported, how many of those have you been an active author behind and authored?
I believe 3 of those bills.
Okay.
Senator Johnson.
Senator Giles, off things comments. Just quickly, what are some of your visions for next year besides, like the community, like bills that you would like to see, or that you thought of, that you would like to do?
Well, first, I'm going to start in the committee, actually. I want to actually get a disability subcommittee. So what they do is they go and reach out far and go to disability services. They make sure that everybody who has trouble navigating campus or has trouble learning on campus can actually, get their needs met. And I think that's imperative for a lot of disabled students on campus. Another thing that I want to do, another bill that I've been working on and in the works of writing on is actually an elections bill. So it would make sure that students have access to federal, state, and local elections, and university do a better job of ensuring that we're registered and ensuring that we know what's going on, because as college students, our voices aren't heard as much as they should be. And so the elections bill is going to help the logistics of voting on campus. That's kind of what I've been working on right now.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Senator? Seeing none, we will close the period of question and answer. Do you have your character witness?
Yes.
Senator Hess, you will have 5 minutes starting at.
Yes, sir. Howdy. Howdy. Derek Hess, Engineering Caucus. I'm here today to talk to you guys about Mr. Vincent Turner. So I've known Vincent since my freshman year of college. He was my pledge brother, and just since day one, it's just been apparent to me that he is just a grade A guy. He is a type A individual, that is for sure. Since going through pledgeship, Vincent and I have gotten involved with the Student Senate, and then also numerous Kappa Sigma activities involving our philanthropy. So I can personally attest not only to his good character, but his sharp mind. And I've seen him go through different positions, as he mentioned earlier, of Kappa Sigma, and I've seen him just kind of evolve as a person. He's just, he really is just a fantastic individual. I know he will do an awesome job if you guys also elect him into this position. As you all can tell, he knows what he wants to do. He knows what bills he wants to pass, what he wants to affect. And most importantly, he has a passion. He truly does care. I've seen it through Kappa Sig, and now I've seen it through Student Senate. So yeah, grade A individual. That'll be all from me. Thanks, Senate.
Thank you, Senator Hess.
Thank you.
All right. Well, without further ado, then we will move into a period of presentation from Senator Page. And I would remind those of you who are thinking about running for position, if you haven't already, please send your presentation into the Speaker Pro Tem email. That's where we're pulling all this from. This is where we need to make sure that we're getting rolling. Nice and good. Sir Pitch?
Yes, sir.
When you're ready, you're table.
All right.
Yeah, once your presentation's up, you have 10 minutes starting at it. So great.
Howdy, Senate. Howdy. Well, my name is Nick Page, and I'm the loudest and proudest member of the Fighting Texas Aggie class of 2016. Hey, woo! All right. So first off, I'm going to address the thing that might be on a few of your minds. A few of you, when I was talking, you said, you're going out for speaker. What happens if that doesn't work out? And I said, I have no idea. And that was the absolute truth. I had no idea at the time. I was focusing on one thing. So I kind of, after that, I sat down, I talked to some friends. I really, soul searched and thought about it and tried to figure out, how do I want to proceed? I came to student services, and I came to that because though the title is different, and though you're focused more on goals rather than visions a lot of the motivation, a lot of the opportunity to make change and to do positive things for this university is very much the same between the two positions. I owe it to myself, I owe it to this university, and I owe it to all of you to do everything I can to make A&M an even greater place for all of us, and that's why I'm running. So today I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to show you why you have an easy choice in front of you and why I'm the best candidate for student services chair. Is there a clicker? I'm hoping this is the right button. Cool. So I'll make this brief because you guys have seen some of this before. From Tampa, Florida, came to A&M for my bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering. It's the best decision I've ever made. Heard some talk about 4.0s being important in elections, so I've got one myself in aerospace engineering, if that matters to you guys. Last and more importantly of all, I'm an Aggie through and through. I bleed maroon just like the rest of you, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to make the school the best there ever was while preserving our traditions and preserving our core values. So, wow, this is really formatting weird. Forgive me for that, but what does the student services chair do? Well, you preside over the SS committee, you facilitate ideas related to parking, dining, buses, anything about student services, campus safety, etc. Disseminate information to the Senate, form and maintain relationships with appropriate administration. You work with the executive cabinet to advocate for the things that pass through this body, and you attend particular university committee meetings. This is all out of the code. Hopefully you've all read it, or you've probably heard it just a few minutes ago. So why elect me to do these things? As far as qualifications go, as you probably know, I'm the current academic affairs chair of the 68th session, the only one running currently for this position that has held a chair position before, and this translates to experience. I have experience in the Internal Affairs Committee, I have experience presiding over a committee, and I have a lot of experience working with the exec. I've proven my ability as a legislator. I've legislated and passed over 20 pieces of legislation, five or six of which pertain to student services, and this is while I was focusing primarily on my academic affairs committee. I'm an effective and experienced advocator. I've been to the TSAC meetings, which is the Transportation Services Advisory Committee, which is one of the major meetings in SS. I have existing relationships with administrators, transportation services, and dining, the vice president of student affairs, multiple people in the highest levels of administration. So I already know these people. They know me by name. I go talk with them. We can advocate for the things we pass very effectively and very quickly without having to build these relationships from the ground up. So, to develop my vision, my goals for this position. Campus dining is very important. It's something you don't think about a whole lot, but we're all students. We have busy schedules. We need to eat, especially if we live on campus. So I want to fight to increase off-peak hours for dining operations, especially in rework the concept of dining dollars and meal trades, make meal trades open to more places, make it easier for students. You're paying a lot of money for these meal plans, might as well be able to use them. And I would preserve campus dining options through the campus growth. You know, we're getting bigger, more and more people are getting here, and administration's wanting to cut down on the dining options to put other things in those places. That can't happen. People need to eat. We need to keep going with it. And Pi Square is a fantastic example of something that's closing down to make room for our expansion. You know, if we can't keep up with the growth that we're experiencing, we shouldn't be growing this fast. Connectivity. So I don't know if you guys have been to Evans Library recently, but I went and ran a speed test just today just because my computer was being pretty slow. And what I saw was I got about 0.26 megabytes per second max download speed. To put that in perspective, that's like 100 times slower than the slowest sudden link internet service you can get at your house. Ridiculous, right? So I think we need to very much focus on that, and that's something that hasn't been a focus of administration because they don't see it as a core necessity of A&M. But all of you guys have computers. They're pushing to bring your own device initiative. You need this connectivity. You need to be able to use things quickly. You don't have time to sit there 5 minutes for a page to load. We're way past dial-up. Also, keep open access labs, keep printers. Keep these on-campus computing resources. Yes, pretty much everyone has a computer nowadays. You don't always bring it to campus. You don't have all the software you need on that computer. Laptops can't run things the same way desktops can. I think this needs to be an important part of what we're focusing on, not just abolish all the lab spaces, abolish all the dining spaces, and just shove people in classrooms and increase the number of people in A&M. So that's something I definitely want to focus on and keep on the forefront of moving forward. Transportation and parking. This is something close at heart for a lot of people and something that you, even in your time here, probably noticed is just getting a lot worse. I want to make sure that campus parking keeps up with the rising demand. We have more and more students here, more people buying parking passes, and a whole lot less lots that are available. Furthermore, we have to keep these parking passes low because permits are going up, everything's getting more expensive, and you're already paying a lot to park. That needs to be something that we're very, we focus on tuition and fees, we focus on cost of education. That's part of a cost of attendance, especially if you don't live off campus. Address the lack of bike racks on campus is another big thing. This campus is huge. You have a class on the northeast corner, you have a class on the west side of campus. 20 minutes is not enough to run there. Bikes are important to campus, and place to put them is important because I don't know if you guys have ever seen people have their bike up in trees because they don't lock it. Yeah, bike racks. And also fixing bad lots and roads, something that you don't really see unless you happen to be in one of them. These lots have potholes everywhere, very uneven. It just distracts from the kind of the beauty of A&M, but also the utility of it. If people are driving through and scared their car might, bottom out constantly, that's not good. And I think furthermore, those when we fix those, it doesn't only need to come out of people who buy parking passes funds, because those people are parking in the lots. That's what they're paying for. But they're not paying for the entire upkeep of all the A&M roads. Okay, so last but not least, disability services. Disability services is something we need to pay very, very close attention to. I plan, so as student services, I can appoint subcommittee chairs. In the past, we've had dining, we've had transportation. I plan to have both of those, but I also plan to appoint a disability services subcommittee chair. Somebody who's going to have a directed focus at making sure that this is an issue that we take very seriously, and we're something we are looking into, all the time to do everything we can to make it better. This is inspired from Senator Cox, wrote a bill. We need a simplified method of reporting ADA violations. I actually went online to try to report one. I didn't have one in mind, but just to see what it looked like. And see that page not found thing? That's not an error. That's what I got when I tried to report one. That's unacceptable. I'm on the Texas A&M Mobile App Committee. I think that's a fantastic way that we can implement this feature. Something very simple, like a Google form type thing. You put it in, it sends it to the appropriate person, and it gets taken care of. That needs to be something that happens and happens very quickly. And also prioritizing your rebuilding of Kane Hall before the hotel. And again, everything kind of got moved around on here. So as you guys know, Kane Hall got moved. That's terrible. We're fighting against it, but it's a losing battle. At least what we can do is we can prioritize the rebuilding of the new Kane Hall before we build the hotel. Those plans have not been set in place yet. Myself and another senator wrote a resolution in the 68th session. I plan to write a bill as soon as we can in 69 and make a huge push for that and let administration know that this is what the students find important. We need this. We need disability services back on main campus first, and then we can take care of our rich donors. With that, I just want to say, being a student services chair is so much more than advocating for sidewalks or cleaning up parking lots. University is first and foremost an academic institution, but what makes a university great is having a strong infrastructure and having these services for students so that they can focus on the important things such as academics, such as leadership, such as the other core values of A&M. As SS chair, I will continue forging new and better relationships with administration, and I will grasp that seat at the table that allows us to walk up to administrators and say, this is our idea, and have them take us seriously, have them really consider what we're saying, and have these things come to pass. As I've said before, we aren't measured by the ideas that we have, but by the results that we create. If you want a leader that's going to get things done, that's going to move us forward in the 69th, the way we did in the 68th, I hope I have your vote. With that, I yield for questions.
Thank you very much. With that, we open the floor for questions, starting with Senator Kubiak.
Senator Kubiak, College of Liberal Arts. So are you aware that Texas A&M spends close to $1 million each year to improve and update their Wi-Fi?
Yes, I'm aware of that. And also I've spoken with the CIO of A&M. I have a meeting with the CIO of the system this Friday to discuss this further. And what he has told me is that this $1 million is absolutely nowhere near enough. With the people are bringing a lot more devices. So it used to be an average of everyone had one device. Now it's at like 2.5 because of smartphones, smart watches, computers, etc. And the need for both the bandwidth to go to these buildings and also the access points within the buildings, which bearing in mind, a lot of these buildings are very old and not built for Wi-Fi. So you need a lot more access points to make something effective than you would in a modern building that's set up architecturally to work with the Wi-Fi signal to pass things through properly. So this $1 million, where we do that, it's not keeping up with the rising demand. Thank you for your question.
We'll now go to Senator Rios.
Chair Rios, CA.
Chair.
What would you say as far as
having past experience on a chair, what would you say that benefits you? How would that help you as a chair?
Absolutely, thank you. Past experience of a chair is very important. As senators, you see what goes on in the meeting. You write legislation, that's fantastic. You're a part of a lot of the process. But I'd say a lot of senators don't really kind of see the behind the scenes. It's very important as well. I know for when I ran for AA, when I kind of stepped into that, it took me a month and a half roughly to kind of figure out fully what my job was, fully what I need to be doing, make those contacts with administrators, figure out how to run a committee, kind of get all this stuff figured out and start to be doing well at it, excuse me. This is something that moving into SS with this prior experience, understanding the code on a level that applies to chairs and internal affairs, and understanding fully what my job is and how to best go about doing it, kind of, learn as you go type of thing, that's not necessary anymore. I can walk in and from that first day be very effective and getting things passed through here and then taking that to administration, making it happen, as opposed to having to go through the learning process. Thank you.
With that, we'll move to Senator White.
Senator White off campus. So, Commissioner Travis. So dining is under the control of Chartwell's, which is an outsourced dining business. So what specifically can you do to change dining when Chartwell's, not the administration, controls it?
Right. So Chartwell's is people involved with they contract the majority of the dining on campus, not all of it, but all of that. Chartwell's reports to people in the administration, A&M. So Jerry Strausser, he's vice president level. He deals with a lot of that. They report to him. Furthermore, there's a dining advisory committee that basically negotiates contracts with Chartwell's. So they're here because we allow them to be here. They're serving us in a contractual basis. So ultimately, A&M has the authority to, within contracted means, to change all of those things. So I definitely have to work with Chartwell's. We can't exclude them from the picture. They're very important. I've talked with Leland Rapport. He's the guy in charge of operations in Chartwell's a couple of times about things, and they're very willing to work with students and work with the university because, they're here out of mutual interest. So I wouldn't be sidestepping them at all, but I think that, hitting both ends of that is entirely possible and something that we've been doing for a while now. Thank you.
So we'll move to Senator Hernandez. We'll move to Senator Lewis.
Senator Lewis.
Minute and a half.
So you mentioned that keep OAL like labs on campus. Are they about to go away? Is there some danger to them?
Right. So everything I'm about to say here is rumors. There's nothing formal. Like yes, we're getting rid of them in a year, for example. So don't construe it as that, please. But there has been talks, and these have come up year after year within the provost office, within other offices who deal with these kind of things. And I'm also on the committee to evaluate proposals for competitive grants for computing. So that's came up in that committee as well. With the Bring Your Own Device initiative, starting the College of Engineering, it's starting to expand. It's starting to catch on elsewhere. People are bringing computers more. There's a perceived less need for computing resources on campus because people have laptops now. And that's something that the administration pours a ton of money into. So every single year it's brought up by somebody, it's been talked about, and it's been shot down recently, but it's gaining more support to start removing these labs or to start updating them less or to, ultimately move to phase them out. There are a lot of departments and colleges, they've been doing that with departmental level things, getting rid of computer labs that would normally be used for a class and just telling students they have to bring their own computer instead. So it's something that is happening. It's not slated with a particular deadline quite yet that I'm aware of, but it's definitely moving that way.
10 seconds. And with 10 seconds remaining, I recognize Senator Krug.
That's not really enough time, right?
Unless someone has yes, Senator Krug.
So we are at a motion
Yes.
to extend the period of Q&A by a minute and a half.
It's been moved to expand the period of question and answer by a minute and a half and 8 seconds. Seeing multiple voting all in favor of extending the period of question and answer by a minute and a half, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you, guys. The chair, that passes. You have a minute and a half.
Okay, Senator Krug, off-campus caucus. You proposed improvements in the meal plan system as well as longer hours known as hot peak time for our food services. Do you foresee there being an additional financial cost to the meal plans if we do extend the hours of service because of the additional cost of labor hours to make that possible?
Sure. So as far as that goes, extending the hours would be, they'd have to go through a financial feasibility study. If nobody's going to show up to it, then there's no sense to extend the hours. I've heard a lot of things from people who, especially in West Campus, there's a huge need that I've noticed for something like that. I'm not basing anything I say off purely statistical data or research studies, but right. So I think that this would be something that I would want to do pending the fact that it would not cause an increased charge. Most of the time, a lot of the dining camp or establishments on campus are busy constantly. They have lines wrapping around the building. As fast as they can put people through, they're selling. And a lot of these places are doing very well financially. So it would be extending places like that where there is a constant need and where they would be able to at least make a net zero profit off of that, so the students wouldn't have to absorb that cost. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we will close period of question and answer. You have a character witness.
I do. I would like to introduce my good friend and the current Student Services Chair, Zach Carlson.
All right. If someone could go get.
Oh, he's not in here. Oops.
You have 5 minutes.
All right,
Carlson, starting ahead.
well, hi, Senate.
Howdy.
So my name is Zach Carlson. I'm here on behalf of Nick Page to speak for him to take my job, I guess, as the Student Services Chair. So a little bit about myself. I was elected to replace Travis Walters in '67, and then I served as SS Chair, or have served, I guess I'm still serving, throughout the entirety of the '68. And so I spent a lot of time on IA, got to work with a ton of officers, sat in a lot of meetings, and I can say of the 15 officers I've worked with in my 2 sessions on IA, there's very few that have gone above and beyond their duty and the duties of a senator in general, more so than Nick Page. He's the one that is always meeting with faculty, meeting with administrators. He has a great relationship with the regents, great relationship with faculty senate. I know one person, Bob Strouser, and Nick have, he's the speaker of faculty senate upcoming for this next session, and he and Nick really hit it off. And so, that relationship that he's built throughout academic affairs is something that can really carry over to student service as well. Over the past 4 sessions, Speaker Rousseau, Speaker Uyghur, Travis Walters, and myself have all, I think, done a very good job of building our relationships with Leland Rapport, of dining, computer language transportation, and there's not a single person that I can think of that can carry on that foundation that we built with those relationships more so than Nick Page. That's something that he's good at. Faculty administration like him, and that's something that in this role is very, very important. We sit in countless meetings, every single month. I'm meeting with transportation services, meeting with dining, meeting with student health services, meeting with disability services, counseling services, lots of things that kind of overcomes his role. And Nick has the experience to do it, and he has those relationships. Actually, in fact, I was sitting in Coldus earlier today. I was at my committee meeting a little early, flipping through the battalion, and lo and behold, Nick Page's face right there. He was recognized for an award that is being created for faculty, faculties that succeed in creating open access labs, and that's something that Nick's pushed tremendously through AA. And I know that in SS, he'll find other items, other avenues that he can continue to do those things. I mean, he's getting recognized in the battalion for his job. He's representing all of student government. And so the fact that he's kind of our face out there in the bat, that's something that we should all be proud of. And I know that he's going to continue to do those things next year. He is the most experienced person in this race. He has experience not only on IA, leading committees, facilitating, but also writing legislation. He's written several bills throughout the entire 68th session, and then a lot of them specifically, I think 5 or 6 specifically for student services. He doesn't pigeonhole himself into one thing. Just because he was the AA chair, didn't limit himself to AA. He worked in every single committee, and I know as SS chair, he's going to do the exact same thing. And not only just writing legislation, he's out there advocating and turning it into reality. One thing that he had to go through that not a lot of chairs do have to go through is he went a solid 3 months without a vice president of academic affairs. The former president resigned, and instead of letting that knock him down and slow him down, he continually just took on both roles and fought hard to get things passed, even without an executive counterpart. And even now, the new appointee, and I know a lot of y'all are freshmen and y'all are very capable, but he came in as a freshman, so Nick's been a leader to him and helped him kind of grow into his role as VP of AA. So that's something that you can really trust Nick, because he's going to step up as a leader. Something that's like kind of near and dear to me, the biggest thing that happened in student services throughout this session is the whole Kane Hall fiasco. Wow. So basically what happened with Kane Hall was shut down, and Nick was right there with me as I was helping to talk to Dr. Gardner at counseling services, and talk to all the other administrators to help facilitate this change. And I vowed to push to prioritize Kane Hall upcoming in this session, but Nick is going to continue that, continue prioritize Kane Hall over the new hotel that's coming out. But above all else, y'all, and Nick is a leader, and he's going to lead no matter what. I think he's the best for this position. I think he's the best leader. Vote for Nick.
With that, we will now move into a period of debate. So just a reminder, the way the debate works, it's 2.5 minutes. It's unlimited debate, so you can go back and forth as long as need be. And if you hold the 1, that means that you're debating for Senator Turner. We're about to get it up on the screen for all of us so that you remember. 1 is going to be voting for Senator Turner, who'll be going first. 2 will be going for Senator Page. Candidate 2 is Senator Page. His debate will follow Senator Turner's debate. Just a reminder, it is out of order to mention the name of a senator. We've been kind of lenient on that in the first meeting, but during debate, you can't mention someone by name. Please refer to the candidate as candidate 1, if it's Senator Turner, and candidate 2 is Senator Page. And with that, we will open the period of debate, starting with recognition from debate 4, Senator Turner. Are there any individuals debate for Senator Turner? So you're holding it for 1. All right, Senator Lewis, you have 2.5 minutes starting now.
Cool. Howdy. Senator 1, he has a record here in Student Senate. He's worked with student services before, but I turn your attention real quickly to Senator 2. In listening to what he was saying when he was up there, notice how that piece about students was kind of missing. So you might have relationships with administration, you might have relationships with system and regent members, but what about his strengths with actual students? What about his commitment to the actual students that he's in this elected office to serve? A lot of us are here to serve the students. So the part that concerns me the most when it comes to...
Sir Lewis, I'm going to have to ask that you make sure that you're debating for Senator 1.
Sorry. Senator 1, he seems as though he's the person who's willing to be that commitment to the actual student. Senator 1 seems to be the person who's willing to make sure that he is working with his fellow chairs in order to really get the student consensus so that he can bring that to the floor and make sure that legislation that's going through his committee is actually benefiting the Senate as a whole. I think that from the debate, I think there's a different narrative that comes with each senator. But with that, I yield my time to
Senator Thompson, on campus.
You have 1 minute, Senator.
Howdy, Senate. Howdy. Tonight, we were told that Senator 1 was the underdog because he didn't have an extra year of experience. However, the senator, the one that's on the bottom, didn't have any experience. He'd never even been a senator.
Please keep debate for Senator 1.
Well, Senator 1 would be in the same position as the other senator, and I understand that he hasn't been credited for certain things, but if you were here during the other session, you would see
and the things he's done, you would see his character and you would see his motivation. And so I would like for you to keep in mind the person rather than all the little politics that's going around the room.
Time has been yielded to, so we'll move to debate 4, Senator number 2. That's Senator Page. We'll start with Senator argument.
Howdy.
Howdy.
My name is Senator Jordan Argamany. I'm a new senator for the College of Engineering. I'm also an engineering student. Now, Senator number 2 is a very proactive senator, and that's kind of an anomaly amongst engineers, so just bear with me. But now, existing relationships with administration is an understatement. Now, since joining the Student Senate, I have met Dean Kathy Banks, the Dean of the College of Engineering, not once but twice. And neither of these meetings did I personally put together, but Nick Page put them together and tried to bring the entire caucus with him. Because he's not just about kind of doing things on his own, but also bringing people with him so that there can be different opinions, because he is 110% about students. Now, Pi R Squared is an engineering cafeteria. It's going to be closed down. And let's start by thinking about this. Okay, that's going to be closed down. That's terrible. Nick Page asked to confirm these kind of rumors, and it got to the effect that the dean actually called him for.
Senator Rodriguez, Liberal Arts Caucus, point of order.
Yes.
He mentioned the senator's name.
That's true. Mention the senator's name. That means you're out of order.
Can I continue?
No, you may not. That debate moves back to Senator 1, because the period of debate closes after. Yes, do you have a motion?
Point of information.
Yes.
Your job on campus topics. You're not allowed to, if it's positive, debate for that person, refer to it as because I did it for you.
My understanding is, in my interpretation of the code, that it's out of order to say anyone's name during debate. Thank you.
Point of information, were we not lenient to the other 2 senators that were out of order?
First of all, you can say in caucus, but I'm going to let this slide.
Randolph Rules Rules and Regulations, point of order, or point of information. Were we not lenient to the previous 2 new senators for breaking point of order?
At what point are you?
When they started debating against Senator 2 rather than debating for the Senator 1, because that is also out of order.
Yes, you have. Other points? Yes, you have a point.
Jordan Argamany at College of Engineering. I do believe that you were a bit more lenient. Point of personal privilege. I do believe that I was not given a just comparison.
Is that what I'm confused as to what point is?
Point of personal privilege. And the point that I was making is that comparatively, you did not stop the other 2 mid-sentence.
Yes, Senator.
Were you the one who called out Senator Argamany during his period of debate?
No, I was not. That was actually someone else who called it. Yes, Senator. I apologize. I cannot read that. Walter, Senator Walter.
Senator Michael Walter, College of Business School. Point of order, an announcement was made at the beginning that there'd be no further.
Thank you very much. With that, we're going to keep going. I do apologize to the senator, but it was made clear and you were called out of order by someone else. I'll be more from here on out, guys. You call someone else in a negative way. If you say someone's name, I am going to call you out of order. Please be aware of that. So we're going to move into a period again of debate for candidate 1. That is Senator Turner, and I'll now recognize debate for candidate 1. Is there anyone? Yes, Senator Rodriguez. You have 2.5 minutes starting out.
All right, howdy everyone. Howdy. Senator 1 has a clear vision for his position. He didn't just decide to run for this position after a previous loss. Senator 1 understands what it means to serve selflessly. A a lot of these things that he's done has gone through research, talking with other students, talking with faculty, and talking with the administration and getting these plans implemented. I think that Senator One is a great candidate for this because he also sees that there's not just the administrative side to these kinds of problems, but that students have just as much input into these kinds of issues that we do. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to Senator Kubia.
You have a minute.
Senator Kubia, College of Liberal Arts. Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Senator One, I think he's proven his passion for the position. He wants the SS chair. He's done several bills. Those 5 bills he listed in his presentation weren't nearly the only bills he was behind in the past session. They were just ones he wanted to highlight, showing his dedication to student services and serving students selflessly. I think the story about his mom proved that this is coming from a personal place from him. He understands the importance of serving students on campus. I'd also like to mention too the character witness for Senator Two mentioned that it's positive.
Thank for Senator One.
Big for Senator One. He's proven that he already has relationships with the administration, and clearly there's been a history of good relationships with the administration. I see no reason for that to continue, even if a new person has to build some new relationships. I don't think that hinders a senator at all. I think a fresh face can be refreshing and offer a new perspective. And with that, I yield my time to
Floor has been yielded to. We will now move into a period of debate for Senator Two, starting with Chair Turpin.
Chair Turpin, LA. I just have 2 things to tell you guys about candidate number 2. The first thing that I have to tell y'all is candidate number 2 has a proven track record of writing legislation that it has to do with improving people's lives. He has written over 20 bills, and a lot of these dealt with things like parking and printing. So he's already been doing writing bills to improve the lives of students, thus proving his passion for this type of thing. The second thing I have to say is he has a lot of connections. Y'all heard him mention by name a bunch of people that were in upper management at Chartwell's and in other positions in the administration. So candidate number 2 is a networker, y'all. He has not only professional connections, but personal relationships with these people, and those are going to be an invaluable asset if you elect him to the position of Student Services Chair. With that, I move to previous question.
Previous question has been moved. I see a second. I see a second. We now go into a period voting on previous question. Reminder, it's a 2/3 vote in order to move previous question. All in favor of moving previous question, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In the eyes of the chair, that passes. We'll now move into a period of voting, and it's a ballot vote. Therefore, so please do your best to stay in order during this time.
Hey, Jay. You got the one. You got ballot for other days. No,
If you've got a ballot that says for, against, or abstain, that is not a candidate race ballot. I apologize, the ballots got mixed up. Passing out things downstairs. So if you have one of those for, against, or abstain, when you're finished, please hand them preferably to a justice or myself.
No, not yet. No, these are. Is everybody? That one. Yeah, I just went through. Like I just went through.
Are there any other ballots? Any other ballots? Wait. Order. Excuse me, sir. Are you a senator? Please, get off the floor, please. Point of order. Where's the point of order? Please don't call point of order and then don't do that. Here goes me. All right, with a vote of 35 to 23, the new Student Services Chair will be Senator Nick Page.
I, Nicholas Page,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of Student Chair Office
the duties of the Office of Student Services Chair
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
and to promote good relations with the students and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations, sir.
All right, a hearty congratulations to Chair Page. We will now move into a period of nomination for the position of Finance Chair. Moving into period of nomination, I saw your flag first, Senator Rose.
Senator Rose Cortez, I'd like to nominate Chad Loving.
Senator Loving, do you accept?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other nominations? Yes, Senator Kubio.
I nominate Taylor Day.
Senator Day, do you accept?
Yes, sir.
Are there any other nominations? Yes, Senator Walker.
Senator Michael Walker, Maine Business Board, I'd like to nominate Vincent Turner.
Senator, all right, that's been declined. Are there any other nominations for the position of Finance Chair? Seeing none, we'll move into a period of presentation, beginning with Senator Lovin. If the character witnesses and candidate can please leave the room. You have, do we have the, there it is. It's present. We'll get that up.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Howdy. So my name is Chad Loving, and I'm up here to be your finance chair. So, all right, a little bit about me. I'm from a small town north Fort Worth called Roanoke, Texas. I am a first-generation Aggie, which don't really know how it started, just Aggie football, I guess. And I am in the Mace Business School, and I am actually in the professional program of accounting and with my master's in financial management. Now, the reason I bolded that is because, yes, this is the finance chair, but there's a lot more that goes into it than just, oh, it's this finance chair, get together. I really want to stress the importance of financial literacy as well. This isn't just reading papers and documents. This is a lot reading line items, budgets, from all different organizations that format it all different ways. So with my background in this, and I mean, I'm going to school for it, that's why I'm here. So I'm going to be doing this for the rest of my life. So I really wanted to stress that to you guys and let you know that I'm up here with my expertise and I want to put it to good work for the students. Also, I'm a member of Beta Upsilon Chi. I'm also in the National Society of Collegiate Scholars. So some relevant experience of mine, I was filled a vacancy in the 67th, which for me was a learning experience. I walked in here, like many of you, your first Senate meeting going, oh my goodness, because that was the whole impeachment meeting, and it was just a crazy time. And throughout the 68th session, I really got to learn and grow and make connections with people inside and outside as I worked alongside our current speaker in the Finance Committee. And that was a huge eye-opening experience for me because I finally got to see for the first time how my schooling got to feed into my organization. And that's exactly what I'm looking to do here. Our speaker laid a great groundwork for me, or whoever the new finance chair is, and I plan on taking that and furthering it. A big thing we do after the allocations process is work on student fees research, and that's mainly what we do the second half of the semester after allocations. And basically what that is nobody wants to pay a ton for school. So also I did a finance internship all last summer where I put together about a $50 million budget all summer. So for those of you who don't know how that allocation process works, Senate is giving about a $50,000 budget, and we allocate those to the committees of SGA, such as big event, muster, etc. My goal is to allocate about $49,000 and then keep $1,000 in reserve for emergency funds from committees. So some intermediate goals of mine are to mend relations between Senate and exec. This goes way back to whenever this all started. The better you can have a connection with the exec cabinet, the better we can function as a whole. And if we are behind each other, we can push through to the board of regents and higher. Also, another very important thing I learned through this process, through Senator Hood, is you got to meet with the committee heads. If you don't meet with those committee heads and communicate and create an open line of communication, we are never going to be able to further our agendas and stuff like that in their agendas. So we got to be advocating for them as well as them advocating for us. So I also want to consider all our current budgets and our current allocations and move those forward into the next year. So what is a fee? You hear it all the time. Not many people really know what it is. A fee is a tax. It's a tax on little things like whenever you get on a bus, if you're paying a student fee for that. Your printing fee, you're paying a fee for that. And so I want everyone, my constituents, you guys, everyone in this university to have a bigger say on what a fee is and how a fee can be used properly. It is also nearly impossible to decrease a fee once a fee is approved. You never really hear decreasing of taxes. Next, for those of you in the 68th, we got to see the confirmation of the SFAB members, which is the Student Affairs Fee Advisory Board. I know it's a mouthful, but it is 5 SGA confirmed and 4 appointed by the university president. Basically, their job is to make recommendations on how to allocate these fees appropriately and to the right parties and to the right things. Our goal as Senate is to make sure, hold them accountable and make sure they're a legitimate financial organization. So in our code, there's a small section there that talks about a potential SFAB being an SGA entity. I would like to maybe start that conversation and open it up to you guys and see what your thoughts are about potentially bringing them in as an SGA entity, kind of committee, entity, kind of thing. So my commitments to you, I want to keep you guys informed with everything that's going on. Finance is one of those things that you got to be open with, and there's no secrets in anything you do. You got to be open and upfront. No matter what area of expertise you're in, that's a huge characteristic of finance, and I'm sure many of you know that. Also, one of my huge goals that I really learned from our current speaker is this needs to be a research committee. It needs to be a team effort research committee to research ways that we can lower tuition and fees for our students. Another big goal that I've already actually started is working with our own SVP, Hannah Wimberly, and as her executive cabinet, as well as the Board of Regents. The Board of Regents may seem very intimidating. I know coming into the 68th, I was like, oh, Board of Regents, you know, these big intimidating guys in suits that control your money or control everything pretty much you do. So I think as I've grown older, you know, they're just normal people looking to help us further our education. So as well as reviewing existing tuition and fees. And also I plan on, before the allocation process even starts, I plan on meeting with all the committee heads beforehand to get their general thoughts and for them to feel comfortable with me and me to feel comfortable with them and have that open line of communication will make it tremendously easier. As well as I want to be prompt with getting back with everyone. That is a huge key in this thing. You can't have it just drags up. And when you have a deadline, you have to meet that deadline. And we want to get those allocations out as soon as we possibly can. And that's one thing I really appreciate our current speaker for, is he really was on us and on top of us and started from the day we showed up on campus. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. So with that said, this is my contact information. The PowerPoint, I'm sure, is posted to the drive. And if you guys ever need to contact me about any questions finance related, I want to go ahead and have this up there. That way you can see me, call me, email me, text me, whatever you want to do. And with that, all of the questions. Oh yeah, my fault.
With that, we'll move into a period of question and answer. 5-minute period of question and answer. Are there any questions for the Senator? Senator Powers.
Senator Powers, College of Education. You may have touched on this a little bit, but I just wanted to give you a chance to clarify your personal involvement in the Finance Committee within this past session, with the 68th session.
Yes.
If any sort of bills?
Please look at that.
I appreciate that question. Yes, I was a member of Joseph's Finance Committee, and I knew coming into it, I was my real first true committee session, because I was on the Finance Committee before in the spring, but we never really did anything. So this fall semester, I got to see the whole committee process through and through, all the allocations, all the meetings, all the negotiations, all of the, it's almost like Shark Tank. If you've ever watched Shark Tank, we sit down and they come in and talk to us. And I think it was a real learning process for me, and I think going through that, it made me stronger in my, not only in the finance committee, but as a student in my classes as well, which helped my background and further my education.
We'll now move to Senator Page, or Chair. Pardon me.
Chair Page, Student Services. Could you explain a bit how your educational background, more in detail, how that might prepare you for this job as opposed to somebody who doesn't have that financial background?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. I came into this school accounting. I've stayed accounting the entire time, and I'm currently pursuing like kind of a half and half. With the professional program, it's an accelerated master's program. So right now I'm in half master's finance classes and half undergrad accounting classes. And I'm actually in a budgetary class right now where all we do all day is spreadsheets, analyzing budgets, creating budgets, and proposing budgets for high-level executives and companies.
Are there any other questions for Senator Rios?
Chair Rio, CA. Can you maybe go on a little bit? I'm sure you mentioned that you had an internship with budgeting. Can you maybe elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes, I actually work for the city of Roanoke, and I know what you might say, oh, it's just a city internship, and that's kind of what I was going and thinking too. And you don't realize how many municipal bonds, like $70, $80 million they have. And when you have to allocate a budget to the entire city and every single department, it's very similar to this process, just on a way massive scale. And I think it's experiences like those that help me, my own professional development, and lead them into organizations where I'm passionate for.
All right, with 2.5 minutes remaining, we'll go to Senator Kubia.
Senator Kubia, College of the Arts. So being the finance chair, you do have to have meetings with all the different committees in SGA. Can you describe your relationships with different heads of committee among SGA, how you're kind of working with them?
Yeah, absolutely. I know the director of fish aids, and I have a few other relationships with committee members in those organizations. And I've already actually reached out to a couple of them if they have any ideas, and start to get the ball rolling on their budgets for the next year, and hoping they have a smooth process in the turnover, because that's one thing we really notice is the turnover of budgets is key. You got to have the officer money from this year connect to the next year and create a perfect budget for us, which makes our job way easier.
Are there any other questions for this? Seeing none, we will close the period of questions. Do you have any?
Yes.
All right.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
I guess I'll have to wait for Mr. Loving here to leave the room. But my name is Trey Miller, and I'm currently the outgoing Vice President of Finance for Joseph Domingo's Executive Cabinet. Before that, I was also a member of Senate for 2 sessions. I actually served on the Finance Committee before that. And so kind of the reason I'm up here today talking to y'all is to kind of talk about Chad and talk to you about the experience I've had working with him, seeing what he can actually do in this job of being finance chair, seeing what he's done on the Finance Committee, seeing how I can keep it better. And he kind of talked to y'all a lot about the way he's planning stuff, but I want to emphasize to y'all the importance of the things he brought out. So being the finance chair is kind of an all-encompassing job that you don't really get a lot of credit for all the work that you do. I'm sure Speaker Hood here can talk to you in depth about every little idiosyncrasy that there is. Really, there's 3 things that kind of boil down to me of what you're doing. That's first, having experience over the whole allocation process in general. I think we can all agree, Chad has the experience. I've sat there and watched him this past year go through the allocation process with me, sit here in this room, having people present to him their detailed financial budgets and pick out little line items within their budget and say, hey, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Could this be done better there? And that kind of ties into my second point of having the financial literacy to say, hey, this is the way budgets in general work. This is some little idiosyncrasies that y'all could use to further maybe enhance the efficiency of y'all's budgets, efficiency of the way you're using your money as a committee. And to be able to do that, you have to tie into my third point, which is having relationships with committees themselves. I think that's something in general that Senate has always struggled with. It's just something that's always there. I think Chad is already on his way to trying to help that specifically within the Finance Committee, but also to be able to help the other chairs that have been elected and will be elected say, hey, we need to reach out with these committees, help them spend their funds appropriately, and help them do things other than that appropriately. So those are three real big things. And beyond that, he's already talked about other plans he has for allocating, or not allocating, for supporting students against the tuition and fee increases we come across every year. That was a big part of me and Joseph's job this year, was getting up there, speaking in front of the Board of Regents, and taking what these committees are saying, taking what students are saying, going to administrators and saying, this is what we see. So just on my experience, I've got to see Chad in multiple ways, using what he's learned in school, what he's learned from being on these committees, what he's learned from his friends in different committees throughout SGA, saying, hey, this is what we should do with this money, this is what we should do to support our students. And because of those things, that's why I think y'all should vote for Chad as y'all's next finance committee chair. So with that, I don't forget questions, I'm just right. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Okay, we will now move into a period presentation for Senator Day. Presentation.
Howdy. Howdy. For all who don't know me, I'm Taylor Day. I'm in the caucus of science, and obviously I'm running for finance chair. Jazz hands for our fingers. Okay, so a little bit about me, if y'all who don't know me. I'm from Cleveland, Texas, which is about 45 minutes south of the DFW Metro Mess. I'm second to youngest of four. That's my sister, Kayla. Middle is my little sister, Brooke, and that's Mac. Anyone who wants to take bets on who's adopted, see me after the meeting. I'm also class of 18. Right? All right, cool. That's right? All right, so before I get started, I don't know how much you guys know about the Finance Committee, but outlined in the SGA code, this is what Finance Committee does. This committee shall be assigned to consider all legislation pertaining to tuition, student fees, donations, any other funds sought by or provided to any entity of SGA. It'll be assigned to consider all legislation pertaining to allocation of funds, spending of any funds, as well as the establishment of the fiscal budget of SGA. So everything finance, that's supposed to be us. I don't know how much you guys know about the allocations process either, but in finance, the big thing we do is in the first 2 months of every session, roughly, we're given a specific budget by SGA that we then divide accordingly among the different executive committees. So carpool, fish aids, GLC, replan, etc. We're given, I think, $50,000. What they do is they fill out a bunch of forms, they write down what they want, and then they bring it to us. And we say, you don't need money for this, you don't need money for that. Dock here, take it off there, work it all the way down to $50,000, and then say, hey, this is what we can give you. And that's the biggest part of what we do. And after that, it just kind of dies down. So my experience and why I'm running this position, when I was in high school, I was employed as an office assistant for an accountant. I did budgeting, bookkeeping, and expense reports, invoices, et cetera, that's all I did. Finances. All right, I filled a vacancy in the 67th session, served in the 68th, and I was reelected here in the 69th. And during the 68th session, I was a member of the Finance Committee. While I was there, I attended 16 out of 17 finance allocation hearings, haven't missed a Senate meeting yet, and haven't really missed a committee meeting. We had one proxy meeting I didn't quite make it to. So that is to say, I'm knowledgeable when it comes to finances and budgeting and that kind of thing. And I'm dedicated to this position. I want nothing more than to see someone really for students in this position, advocating to give everyone what they need fairly. So should I be elected? This is a really long slide, so I guess I'll try to condense it for you just to make it easier. If I was to be elected in this position, my goals would be to place emphasis on accountability from previous years. to see who's spending their money wisely and who deserves or needs, I should say, more money or less money so that everyone can use what they're given wisely. And I would like all spending from all parties to be transparent. So committees aren't, tossing money under the table or anything like that. Everyone knows what's going on. I'd like to give every part of finance, every chair in all the different committees, the guidelines prior to the process. So they're not scrambling to get to allocation hearings, scrambling to understand what's going on, they're not confused. I'd like to provide the necessary tools to make sure everything runs smoothly. The finance chair from last session set that bar really high, but I think there's always room to improve. I'd like to foster a community of support and communication between everyone, so everyone's aware of the resources. One committee came forward last year and said, hey, we really want this money to reserve a tent. And we said, well, why don't we, we redirected them and said, well, why don't you have a big event? They're not gonna need their tents then. Why don't you talk to them? Just so we can cut down on costs in different places so we can spread it out better. And the previous chair also began research into how tuition fees are spent at A&M, so we can understand where our money's going. And I'd like to continue that research so we can push for, as low tuition fees as we can, and we know where everything is going. And that's all. I'm open for questions.
All right. The floor has been yielded to questions. Are there any questions for Senator Day? Senator Kubiak.
Senator Kubiak, College of Liberal Arts. Could you describe any leadership experience that you have that could prepare you for this position?
Sure. Back in high school and beginning of college, I have been a camp counselor, rec leader, youth leader, etc. at my church back home. I've helped lead camps in Mississippi, Florida, Louisiana, and all through Texas, helping out with my church. And let's see, what else? I'm gonna say that. That's probably what gives me the most leadership experience.
Are there any other questions for? All right, seeing none, we will close the period of question and answer and move into character words. Do you have your character words?
Thanks, Epic.
Okay. Ready for character words?
Well, howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
My name is Jonah Chen. I am a current senator in the 68th session. I serve alongside Taylor Gang in the Finance Committee. And today I want to talk about her as a person. Because from what we understand about finance, it's not an entirely hard skill to learn. Simply with the fact that you're playing with numbers and you're understanding where those numbers need to go. That is the extent of it. What happens is, from what you guys heard, communities and commissions come to us and they ask for an allocation. And the number is given. It has gone through a process of analysis and understanding so that we know where the money is going, what is specifically being spent on. That's not the difficult part. The difficult part is being a strong participating member in the sense of being logical, empathetic, but at the same time, being an excellent communicator. Things can go wrong whenever you're talking about finances. And one of the categories that we have in our application is miscellaneous. Now, what does that really mean? For Taylor Gay, she has read our rules concerning finances within SGA, and she understands them more than I would say half of the community itself, because when we consider it, we're looking at the face value sometimes. She looked deeper. She communicated explicitly with these committees and commissions to make sure that when they're asking, they know truly what they're asking for and what it's going to be used for. Okay, that's incredibly important because things can get jumbled. She's good at it because the previous, well, actually the current finance chair for the 68th session, right over here, he tasked us with the job of going to these committees and commissions to follow up after their initial allocation is given. And we follow up with them because of the fact that in some instances, things might go awry, they might need more money, they might figure out that they don't need to fund a specific subcategory more. And Taylor was instrumental in that part. I worked alongside her. We wrote letters to the committees and commissions, we visited with them, we got their numbers, we got their PowerPoints, what they're expecting for next year, what they need. And because of the fact that she took the initiative to do this, and make sure she did it well, I believe it gives her the tools and the abilities to be an excellent finance chair. Now, when it comes to being a finance chair, sometimes when you think about it, well, they probably have to be a little bit nerdy. They probably have to have some form of experience. You guys have seen it in the PowerPoint. But that's the reason why I want to talk to her as a person. Because when it comes to being a voting member of IA, when it comes to being the face of finance for the Senate, she will do an excellent job. She is the perfect candidate because of the fact that she cares so much about SGA, and she would visit every single committee and commission, all 14 that we have, on a personal basis in order to build rapport, have continuing dialogues, and really understand what they need. There's a lot of different aspects of finance for all of these different organizations. Replant can't plant trees when they don't have money to buy trees. You know, that's a pretty logical way to think about it. Taylor made sure that in every discussion we had in the finance committee that we thought about what the end result was. If we didn't give big events the money they need for their tools and for their supplies, can we have one of the greatest big events that we've ever had this year? No, but you know what? Because of the fact that she was a part of that, because the committee worked so hard together in order to do so, we had the greatest, biggest big event that we've had so far, entertainment industry. She was a part of that. And I hope that, in y'all's eyes, somebody like this is an appropriate candidate because of the fact that she has this very strong human characteristic of empathy, but also the very strong human characteristic of being watchful instances. We can't play favorites, and we must, at every step of the way, make sure that we are very clear in communications. That is what Taylor Day brings to the table. That is why I believe y'all should vote for Taylor Day. Thank you so much.
With that, y'all know the drill. We'll go into a period debate. One being, if we can get that. One is Senator Logan, two is Senator Day. So we'll start with debate 4. Please, debate 4. Senator Logan, please refer to him as candidate 1. And we will begin with Chair Riojas. You have 2.5 minutes starting now.
Howdy, guys.
Howdy.
So I'm in support of candidate 1 for a couple of reasons. You know, one, because while maybe not in every situation ever do we have to have experience, but when we're dealing with money, particularly our money that does important things, I absolutely 100% believe that we do need to have experience. And candidate 1 is the person with that experience. He's majoring in accounting. He's doing an accelerated degree, so he's already doing master's level work. He has the experience, but also he's worked with internships that deal directly with budgeting, which is what the finance chair deals with. This is directly down his alley, and this is why I firmly believe that we do believe that candidate 1 is the best. He has experience, he knows what he's doing, he'll give it 100%. He's worked on the finance chair last year, and we know that he's going to do the best that he possibly can, and that's why I'm in support of candidate 1. And I yield my time to Taylor Bauman.
Senator Bauman off campus. I just have a couple of points in support of candidate 1 here. Also, I would just real quick like to echo what Chair Riojas had mentioned, simply because as an economics major, I do relate in the sense that as an economics major, I know that understanding where money goes and how money travels, that is a mindset that you adopt. It's not just working the homework problems, crunching a couple of numbers, doing a little bit of math. It is a mindset that you absolutely have to entrench yourself with. So when it comes to budget flows and understanding where money is going, there's a mindset that can only be adopted by accounting majors, economics majors, especially as in the case of his accelerated finance program. But the new point that I wanted to bring up is notice his endorsement. His endorsement, his character witness, was a former finance chair. Obviously, I don't think anybody, a former finance chair, would want to entrust this position to anyone who wasn't the most qualified candidate to be able to handle budgets and that motion. All right, and with that, I yield my time to Senator Turpin?
You have 15 seconds.
Okay. I just want to say just a couple points in favor of candidate one. First of all, to echo what everyone else has said, he's a finance major. Second of all, this job does require pretty significant financial literacy, just to be able to read these financial documents and be able to extract important information from within them. So with that,
We will now move to a period of debate 4. Candidate 2, that is Senator Day, beginning with Senator 2, where you have 2.5 minutes. So we have.
All right, Senator Kuvera, College of Liberal Arts. Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
All right, I would like to point out, I don't think Senator Tu said this in her presentation, but she is double majoring in physics and mathematics. Money has numbers. She's majoring in mathematics. I think that gives her more than enough qualifications for this position. I seem to remember our esteemed former president, I won't say his name because I'm not supposed to, but bow tie guy also was a physics major. I'd also like to remind the body that the current finance chair, the 68th session, one that both candidates referenced many times in their presentations, the political science major that really doesn't give him qualifications to deal with money, and yet did an excellent job. Another point in favor of Senator Tu, candidate number 2, is that she is one of the most honest and direct person I've ever come into contact with. She's not afraid to ask the hard questions, and that's an important quality for a finance chair, to be able to sit down with heads of SGA committees and say, hey, how are you spending your money? I don't think you need this here. Show us what you've done with your budget in the past couple years. You need to have, honestly, just the chutzpah to be able to have those conversations. And so, Senator Tu is a feisty individual who I know will not be afraid to have those type of honest and direct communications, which our character witness also pointed out. He has excellent communication skills. For that, I urge you to vote for Senator Tu. And I'm going to yield my time to Senator Rose.
You have 45 seconds.
Senator Rose, Core Cadets. So I didn't think I was going to debate for this candidate because, you know, I feel that this is important for both candidates to qualify. But I want to talk about candidate 2 before I call that out of order, because I think that she is one of the most unique senators I've ever met, because she doesn't take herself too seriously. Like you know, Senator Kuvera said, if I can say her name.
No, that's not
order.
All right, we'll now move back into a period of debate for. No. You're out of order. We'll now move into a period of debate again for candidate 1. And it looks like we'll start with Senator S. You got 2.5 minutes, so you have.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Howdy. Senator Hess, College of Engineering. So I was able to meet with Senator number 1 last session, and the thing that stands out most to me is the capacity of his intellect. The aptitude that Senator number 1 has is beyond anything I've seen. And the fact that he is so passionate and straightforward and does not conceal anything, any of his decisions. He makes sure everyone knows about him. He wants to make sure that everyone's fully aware of what he does. And coupling that with the intellectual aptitude that he has, I really do feel that he can lead this committee to places that it has never seen before. So with that, I'll yield my time. Chair Page.
Chair Page, Student Services. I'm going to start by saying one thing. When this first started, I wasn't really sure to vote for. Both candidates have a lot of the same qualifications. They're both on the finance committee, but they both seem very, very passionate about the job, which is a huge thing you guys should consider. But listening to the presentations and looking at the hard facts, which is the thing that sets these two people apart from each other, you can see clearly that candidate 1 sweeps the board with it. Having an internship where he deals with millions and millions of dollars of budgeting, having this very, very in-depth technical background on exactly what you have to do as a finance chair, having the endorsement of the previous vice president of finance, I think all of that says a lot. I think all of that when you have two people that are so similar in their passion, you have to look at the facts. You have to see who's going to be the more effective person at the job. I've heard it was mentioned previously that mathematics is a lot to do with finance because there's numbers. I'm an aerospace engineer. I take a lot of advanced mathematics courses, and I've looked at a budget and I don't know where to begin. I mean, I can handle the math, that's adding, that's subtracting, but you don't know the particular names of things, how to actually figure it all out. And I'm talking ignorantly because I don't know it, but that's something I think you should take into account when making this decision. I fully support candidate 1. I think he would do a fantastic job, and I think this argument is just kind of going in circles. So with this, I move to previous question.
Previous question has been moved. There are multiple seconds. 2/3 vote. Debate has happened on both sides, so that motion is in order. All in favor of moving the previous question, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. That was unanimous. We move the previous question. We'll now move into a period of voting. If we could please distribute the ballots. Thank you. Jake. Yeah, y'all are Jake.
Surrounded by all my engineering friends. I'm a smart, so yeah. Don't about me. I enjoy my
Is there any other outstanding ballots that we have not collected? Raise them up. Raise them up higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really does. Especially because like every year the
Who's getting ordered? With a vote of 40 to 15, your new finance chair is Senator Chad Love. All right.
I, Chad Loving,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my abilities
the duties of the office of State Office
the duties of the office of Finance Chair
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same,
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to all times uphold the protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
and to promote good relations between those connected with the university and the student body.
We'll call it.
All right, congratulations to Chair Loving. We will now move into the final officer election of the evening. With the elections of the officer of community relations chair. We'll begin with nominations for. I recognize Senator Terrio. I nominate Senator Wayne. Senator Wayne. Senator Wayne is not in the room, so she cannot. So, yes, Senator Kubiar, you have nomination.
So we are, I, College of Liberal Arts, I nominate Lauren Powers.
Senator Powers, do you accept? Are there any other nominations? Yes. Chair. Oh, right. Chair Hess. Chair Hess. Senator Hess.
Senator Hess, I nominate Senator Blair.
Senator Blair, do you accept?
I accept this nomination.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Yes.
Chair Page, Student Services, I nominate Senator De Leon.
Senator De Leon.
Okay.
You accept. Thank you. Are there any other nominations for the position of community relations? Seeing none, we will close the period of nomination. And move to the presentation. Check. So if the candidates can please leave the room, as well as character witnesses, and I apologize, Senator Powers, you'll be going first.
Oh, awesome.
I apologize to previous candidates. I've informed that character witnesses can stand during the presentation of their candidate. So if you are the character witness for Senator Powers, you may stand there. Powers, when you get your presentation up there, you'll have 2 minutes. So Powers, when you are ready, we've got 2 minutes right now. You can look to the presentation.
All right. Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
My name is Lauren Powers. I'm a sophomore education major from Beaumont, Texas. But most importantly, I am a loud and proud member of the Fight Texas Aggie class of 2018. Hey! Woo! That felt really good. And I am running as a candidate for your community relations chair. So, as I said, howdy. Quick plug, that's a picture of me with the awesome mustard sign that has been in the MSC. Hope to see you guys all there April 21st, 7 p.m. at Reed. Very important. So for those of you who don't know me, like I said, I'm an education major. I was recently elected to the 69th session, held a vacancy in the 68th. So like many of you in the room, I'm new. So it may be surprising that I'm standing up here, but I definitely have a lot of goals and reasons why I'm here. One of the main things that I want to point out from the get-go is that I would not be standing up here if I did not believe that I was one of the best candidates for this position and had the passions that are necessary to complete this and understood the sincerity that this position upholds. Community relations is a very important subject to me. When I applied to college, the only college that I applied to was in fact Texas A&M. This may come as a surprise, but I am also one of those people that's very prepared. I started researching colleges in 7th grade, so that's a little bit about me. And I realized that one thing I could guarantee about A&M above all the rest was that here I was going to be able to not only be the passionate person that I am and be surrounded by those kind of people, but find the joy and belonging and sense of belonging that you cannot find anywhere else, which I'm sure you all agree. Just to make sure that you guys get to know me a little bit, I'm very genuine in everything that I do. One of the most important things to me is that anything that I'm involved in, I want to have my entire heart and soul in. I'm willing to put in whatever time it takes, no matter the hours, to be able to perform that job, whether it be a leadership position or just a member position, to the best of my ability. So with that, I have a lot of things that I really love. First and foremost, well, to start off with, I started as a big event staff assistant this year and was recently honored with Staff Assistant of the Year, which was a humbling honor, of course. But one of the many reasons why I chose Texas A&M was because of Muster and because of Big Event. Muster being the loyalty that we have for the Aggies, and Big Event being that committee of SGA, obviously, for that vehicle with which we have the opportunity to serve the community that supports us in so many ways we can't even imagine. I've been able to establish relationships with several different members of the community, both in Bryan and in College Station, and just getting to hear their stories and how they were either directly or indirectly involved or impacted by Texas A&M is absolutely mind-blowing. And that is why I'm so passionate about being able to use this chair position to serve them as well as the student body, because I believe that relationship is of the utmost importance when it comes to the overall success of our university. Texas A&M could be, in my opinion, no other place but the Bryan College Station area. Not just with the number of former students and staff members that we have living in the area, but those who uphold the values of Texas A&M and the Aggie spirit for us without even having been involved in it. You know, those who have just lived here for their whole lives and share that love of this community. As well, I was a committee member of COSGA with the program subcommittee. Obviously, I was recently given the privilege of being a muster host. I was recently elected Senator of College Education. That's pretty awesome. I'm a John 15 group leader. That's a freshman ministry at my church, and a lector at my church as well. I get to read. As far as employment, which is another way I have a connection to this office, I'm actually technically an employee of the City of College Station under College Station ISD. I've been serving as a kids club counselor at Public Creek Elementary since September. I love those kids. It's one of the reasons I'm passionate about being a teacher, being able to just be with them every day, sometimes getting to act like a 5-year-old, but honestly, being able to impart the Aggie values that I'm upholding here at the university to those who are some of the sons and daughters of former students is absolutely amazing. And then I was recently employed as also a substitute teacher for College Station ISD, which I will be continuing within the next year. So why I am running, I believe that the past chair of the Community Relations Committee did an awesome job of making sure to establish that relationship with councilmen and the system as a parent. But I bolded in the mission statement of what the Community Relations Committee does, what I want to mainly focus on this year, keeping with the established and tradition. So a lot of my goals and initiatives, I'm a very concrete person, a lot of my goals and initiatives have a lot to do with outreach and connecting students to the community. One of which community outreach was 25 by 25. That is any sort of irresponsible growth not only affect this campus, but obviously affect this population. We need to increase their input in these measures and increasing voter turnout and local officer awareness. Senate school days, that I won't go into too much detail because I don't have too much time, but if you'd like to ask a question, that'd be really cool. Improvement of road construction awareness. I just, I know it's not fun when suddenly a road is closed and you weren't given good enough notice, and so I would like to improve on that. And also advocacy in Bryan. One of the main things that I want to stress is that we are a part of the Twin City BCS community, B standing for Bryan. And as SGA, we have the power to advocate for the best opportunities in that area. And I think that's something we need to focus on more and continuing and establishing a greater relationship with that municipality. One of which being, which would also obviously affect students, there are currently no accessible game day buses for in downtown Bryan, which is definitely under the Student Services Committee, as I've noted. But I think that part of community relations needs to be working in joint with that committee to establish that, because of how much it's going to affect the community as well. So last two things, encouraging communities to carry out business at local business and expo centers and community event involvement for SGA. So like I said, I was recently elected. I am a new person here, but if you haven't been able to tell, I just want to stress yet again, I am so passionate about this position. I have, obviously, like I showed you, concrete goals that I want to see this year, but I also want to be obviously open to creating a committee that is not just transparent to you as a body, but more transparent even to the surrounding community, since we will be affected. Thank you. Ultimately, we are here to serve the students. Just as the awesome advisor, stated before this meeting, we all have reasons to be here. And I hope that my intentions are clear to you, that I am here to serve the student body. I'm privileged and humbled to be here to serve the student body. And if given this opportunity, I commit to you and to the student body that I will give my best work and continue the extensive research that I've already done. The second that I was elected senator, I was sitting up in my room watching Senate videos as much as possible, researching bills, making sure that the second I stepped into this room, I was going to be a viable member of the And so I want to stress to you how important this is and how much I believe that I can do the best in this position. And with that, I yield my time.
Time and floor. Floor has been yielded to. We will move into a period of question and answer, starting with Senator Crowe.
Permission to preface?
Yes.
Senator Crowe, off-campus caucus, please go for our order. I'm a leader of a program called Bryan Outreach that has the opportunity to really be involved in the lives of students in our community and to share with them the values that we as Aggies hold so dear. I know you briefly touched on Senate school days. Could you please elaborate on your ideas for this program?
Okay, so what would be happening is with both the Bryan College Station area, members of my committee, I hope to obviously create this with the upcoming elections, but also in keeping with my goals of creating more awareness of like the current city councilmen and their important role of like local government. And we would have senators going in to local schools, middle school or high school level, and would be giving presentations on the importance of student government associations and your involvement, like continuing your involvement from that point to forward into college, and the difference you can make basically, and just how important voting is, like as you know, especially with high schoolers, and with, again, like I said, the impending election. So that is one of like my main goals that I feel is relevant and necessary with community relations that we can definitely improve as senators, alone, and with our own passion for student government and government itself, politics in general, as we've seen tonight. So, yeah, thanks very much.
Are there any other questions? No, just scratching the names. And with that, period, question and answer is closed. Do you have a character witness?
Yes. I introduced my friend Joshua. He is a group leader with me on John 15 and has graciously stayed, what is it, like the 2.5 hours that we've done this. So thank you so much.
All right, Joshua. Yes. All right, you'll have 5 minutes starting at, you want the podium? Okay. Fantastic. Good. So whenever you want to go, start ahead.
Hi, Senate. As she introduced me, my name is Joshua Kutch, and I am here to talk about something behind all of the goals and outlines that she just outlined for you before you. So, as she said, I met her through John 15 as a freshman last year, and she's been such an amazing person to know, and she's been a leader with me this year, and it's been an incredible experience to know her caring and kind personality is beyond no other. I believe that she is the best candidate for this position, and I fully believe that she will do an excellent job. One reason that I say this is because she is excellent at being a leader in John 15. She mentioned this very briefly in the slide. So briefly, it was like 5 seconds, but that doesn't make it any less important. She leads a group of about 8 to 10 freshmen and leading them in the most pivotal time of their life. They're fresh off the boat, coming into college as an Aggie student, and they have no better person than her to be an exemplary Aggie student. She is the most well-off person that she can possibly be for them. All of her kids praise her with their family, so they're called kids, and everyone praises her in that. She recently was a staff member on the Big Event Council, or a staff member of Big Event, and throughout the whole time, John 15 was also staged to run or be a part of this event. While we were wondering about what we would be doing, Lauren was there every step of the way to help us out and to guide us in every way possible. With any questions that we had, she had the answers to, and if she didn't, then she would get back to us immediately. She was very dedicated to her job and made it very clear that she was the right person to be there for us. One last thing I'd like to say about Lauren is that every time that I meet her, every time that I see her around campus, she's always smiling, always energetic, and I feel that you should vote for her as the community representative. Thanks, and
We'll now move into a peer presentation with Senator Blair. And just to clarify again, character witnesses are allowed to be in the room with their candidate and vice versa. That was a mistake that was made earlier. I apologize to previous candidates. Senator Blair, your presentation, you'll have 10 minutes starting now.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
stronger. Howdy, howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Thank you guys, I appreciate that. So, oh, can I get the clicker? Little technical difficulties.
You want to just change the slide?
Yeah, go ahead and change this, just go to the first slide, yeah. Okay, about me, so I'm from Galveston, Texas. My mother put me in private school my whole life, so morals is something that I really do. I'm a morally strong person. I'm a first generation ag, which is very important to me. I love my mom. She's the one that raised me since my dad left me in first grade, but he's just my dad. He's still around, but I'm a mama's boy. Anyways, so I like to go surfing in Galveston. I work out at the gym. I enjoy law, which is why I'm here. Basically, what happened was freshman year I was in engineering. I did a program called Gateway. I don't know if y'all know what that's called, but what it is exactly is you go to summer 2, you take 6 hours, and if you pass those, you basically get into A&M. So I passed those hours. I got into A&M, and I was in engineering, which was no offense, but engineering was not for me. So I got kicked out of A&M. I didn't know I was on probation. I went to Blinn for a year, and now I'm back. I stuck with poli-sci. I love it. I work at Gold's Gym at the front desk on the weekends, so come and see me. I plan to attend South Texas College of Law, which is, I really do love South Texas College of Law. Okay. So here's just the Constitution. I think the most important thing, just the bottom of it, the bi-monthly press release. This is in the code, and it really hasn't happened. So I think that if we do this, it would help send it out, because that way we can let the community know what bills we're passing, especially news entities such as the battalion. They make stories on our bills a lot. I mean, it's true. So we do need to let them know what we're doing. So instead of letting them find out themselves. So I'm a Polls major, class 2017A. Pre-Law Society, love them. That's how I got to talk to South Texas College of Law yesterday. If y'all weren't there for that one, you missed out. Last semester, I filled a vacancy in the 68th, and that right there was probably because 2015 in the spring, I wasn't. That's when I got back into A&M. So I just now was passing last semester. So I ran. I didn't even know what student government was. I came in here and just absorbed as much as I could. I had no idea what was going on, but now I'm learning more and I'm making bills, so it's great. I'm a part of the Climate Inclusion Committee, which is, I think, a really important thing for A&M. If you guys aren't familiar with the way that I campaign, I like to have a Facebook, but I also like to, ask people, could you vote for me, So I was in front of the liberal arts building this semester for hours on end until I ran out of flyers and buttons and things like that. And I really encourage you guys to do that. I know y'all, a lot of us do Facebook, but it gets you a little bit more respect. So, and it gets you to actually meet your constituents, and it's something that I enjoy doing. So these are some bills. They all have asterisks on them because I have the catalog improvement bill went in last week in the 68th. Kane Hall, same thing. Those two bills are going to come out tonight. But yeah, I plan on keep moving forward legislation, and if there's issues, I do plan to keep writing legislation. So goals is what's most important for me is going to city council meetings, which I don't think community relations does. When I got here in the 68th, we didn't. Community relations didn't do much. We didn't do anything. It was just, that's just what it was. It wasn't something that we always, it wasn't a big thing. Community relations was it wasn't as well respected because they didn't participate. So it's kind of hard to explain because most of you guys are new, but
Yeah, I want to make it a lot better. So basically,
Yeah, 5 minutes.
It's my last slide, second last. But yeah, I want to form relations with the exec cabinet, which is pretty important, the bi-monthly press releases. And Wayne is somebody that was in the 68, he was kind of like a superstar. He's in that Easter jacket, but I'm telling you, that guy did a great job with city council. He, you know, I mean, he's great. I mean, he's doing really good with them. He brings us great information, and he's really highly respected. So that's all I have to say. My character witness.
Stewart, or you take a question and answer?
Oh.
Are there any questions? We'll move to a period question answer. Yes, Sarah Shanti.
There's not yet because hobby and permission practice.
Yes.
So you had talked a lot about different things and the history that CR has. But I just want to know why specifically, like where's your heart at? Why do you specifically want to do CR?
CR is a committee that I originally prepped, and I thought it was a great idea because I was thinking, wow, A&M actually reaches out into the community. I didn't really think that happened because A&M kind of overshadows College Station. So in my opinion, getting to know city council, and I didn't even know there was a city, I don't even know what that was until, I got into all this last semester. But yeah, getting to know those people and building relationships with city council and giving back to the community is my most important thing, because in high school we had to do community service hours, and it's something I see as a part of my selfless service to student government, and I will prep CR no matter what. That's my committee. That's where I like to be. So that's your question.
Are there any other questions for Senator Blair? Yes, Senator Hugo.
So we are College of Arts. Do you have any specific goals or plans on ways, but just anything to reach out to the community better, or how you want to improve that community?
Yeah, my plan was that, I didn't really explain it to on my presentation, but a really great idea I have is that if you go to a city council meeting, you could remove a committee absence, which is, in my opinion, awesome, because if committee members go to city council meetings, and that would create, because the exec cabinet has a speaking privileges at city council. So if we're there, in the gallery, just watching and understanding what happens there, and getting to know the police and what city council, what legislation they're passing, because they have a constitution too. Yeah. So that answers your question.
Seeing no other questions, we will close the period question answers. Move into character witness. You have a character witness?
Yes.
Fantastic. Yes, you can say. Mr. Espinosa, you have 5 minutes, starting it out.
Okay. Howdy.
Howdy.
My name is David Espinosa, and I'm speaking on behalf of Grayson Blair because I've personally seen his integrity and leadership on Texas A&M's campus. I first met Grayson this past semester in our ancient civilization class. When introducing myself to him, it was my first semester here at A&M. When I first introduced myself to Grayson, I mentioned that I had a great interest in politics. And this is whenever Grayson informed me that he was part of SGA, he had been part of a fill-in spot of the 68th Senate. Grayson told me how to go online and file for a Senate spot if I was interested. I told him I was, but I didn't know too much about it, and that kind of got me nervous about everything. So he assured me that he would teach me how to campaign and teach me how to reach everyone on campus. So for the first couple of days of campaigning, Grayson allowed me to walk with him and meet other students and tell them about our platforms. Eventually, I began to learn the ropes, but Grayson always remained there to assist me with any questions I had. Throughout the entire process, Grayson always reminded me on how important it was to follow all the rules of Student Government Association. It was at this point that I knew Grayson was a textualist. Although I did not get elected this past semester, I look forward to working hard campaigning for a fill-in spot this upcoming fall. Without Grayson's outreach, I know I would not have attempted running for Senate due to not knowing what I was getting myself into.
Great team cares about the students of Texas A&M as well as their well-being. Thanks and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Espinoza. With that, we will move into our final presentation before the Commission of Community Relations Chair, and that will be Senator De Leon. So we get Senator De Leon. Senator De Leon, you will have 10 minutes starting it out. So thank you for that presentation. We're going to put her in.
All right. Well, howdy. Howdy. Awesome. My name is Ben De Leon. If you guys don't know me, I'm going to talk a little bit about myself and then just a little about my vision for the Community Relations Chair for this upcoming session. So about me, I am a community health major from Fort Worth, Texas, class of 2017. Hey. I'm third generation Aggie, actually was born and raised here in College Station. Then moved forward. My graduate school plans are to attend law school. If I ever get an undergraduate degree here. All right, so just a little bit about what I've been involved in over my time here at A&M. I have been a student senator for the last 2 sessions. I was a community relations member for both of those sessions. I am a member of the Brothers Under Christ fraternity. I was served as an impact counselor, and I was also a member of the Freshman Leaders in Education and Human Development. So next I'm going to talk about just some of my policy goals for this coming session. The big thing that I really want to hit on is that this position is absolutely all about making relationships with people in the city, city council, obviously, and then also just with our constituents, with students, with people that live in the city of Bryan, College Station. It's pretty wide ranging, but it's all about going out, meeting people, starting discussion, and just really getting to know people and their issues and what their needs are. So basically, a big thing that we as SGA do have started doing recently is the Walks and Talks program, which is, if you guys don't know, we take a member from each of the SGA committees, and we just go out in the neighborhoods around campus, and we go out and go door to door and just talk to people and say, hey, here's a little bit about what we do. Here's what we do in Student Senate. Here's what we do in Carpool and what we do in Big Event. And do you guys have any needs that you see that you feel need to be addressed? Do you feel need to be talked about or legislated about? And so that's just real big, obviously for us, because we need to take the action to make the communication, to understand what our constituents need. So next is another 2 more policy goals I have. Rental ordinance obviously is absolutely backed by students. Non-relatives, there's a limit to non-relatives. If you guys didn't know, in our homes, city ordained, only 4 people. So it's pretty terrible because there's a lot of homes in the area that are built for more than 4 people. Just for the limit of 4. So I'm definitely going to continue to advocate for that and continue to fight for that reform. And then a big piece of legislation that has come up recently is that the city wants to ban all cell phone use while driving in the city of College Station. And so I'm gonna be clear. I'm absolutely against texting and driving. That's absolutely should be illegal. But I feel that the city has kind of kind of trapped us as students in a sort of bubble and said, you know, we see this, students are, the city is targeting students basically by saying we shouldn't be able to use cell phones. But, you know, we use cell phones for more than just texting. We use them for maps, we use them for music, for lots of So if we're to ban cell phone use completely, that's going to definitely put a hamper on us, and it kind of just leads to just a slippery slope, honestly. And so I want to keep the door open on this. I want to keep doing as much as I can to talk with city and to talk with city leaders about keeping this issue on the table. Another issue is within the city is, sorry, 5 minutes, okay, is pedestrian safety. Obviously, we're a huge campus. We got tons of students. We have students commuting from all over the place. We got, you know, from south side, from north side, and there's several areas that really are not safe. We don't have crosswalks sometimes. We don't have enough bike lanes. There's several different things that need to be addressed in order to cater to our student body. So next I'm going to talk about just my vision for the position of community relations and how it pertains to reaching out to students. So basically, as you guys know, the majority of students do not vote in city elections, and the majority of students don't even vote in any election, including student elections. And yeah, it's really not acceptable. I mean, we do have the opportunity to make a difference and within Texas A&M and within the city. It's really our duty, you know, just to go out and vote for you know, the candidates that we feel are going to make a difference. 4 years here, 5 years is a lot of time. You know, it's absolutely, you can make a difference, and absolutely going out and voting is something that is very, very important. So because of the kind of status quo that has been set by students, we need to increase the perception of the fact that the Texas A&M students actually do care about the community, and they do care about getting out, and they do care about take advantage and carpool. We do so many great things for the city, and not just for students, just for the city itself. So it's absolutely not absolutely the truth that we don't care at all. We do work. I mean, we're all sitting in here and we work through legislation. We work through building relationships with constituents, and so we need to advocate for that, and we need to continue to emphasize that. And so I plan to absolutely do that through legislation, absolutely do that through fostering relationships within the city, as I have already done through you know, obviously through constituents and through students and through city council meetings and things like that. So because we want to do this, because we as a body want to advocate for the community and for the BCS area, we deserve a seat at the table in terms of city issues. We do care about the city, we do care about the community, and we do help the city economically. I mean, it is called College Station, is it not? We deserve to be a part of the discussion, and I'm going to continue to fight for that through and through, especially through city council and through city leadership, and really emphasize and really advocate again that we do, Texas A&M does care about its community, and we do care about the city that we live in. So with that, I will open up questions.
Floor has been yielded to. We'll now open up for a period of question and answer, starting with Senator Rodriguez.
Senator Rodriguez, Liberal Arts Caucus. Just a point of clarification. You said you were personally against texting and driving, but you said you wanted to keep the topic on the table for City Council. So does that mean that you're not going to push stringently for texting and driving laws?
Sorry, yeah, let me thank you for that question. I absolutely need to clarify that. It said on the PowerPoint, it said texting and driving, but what I actually meant was that the city, I'm against, the city wants to ban all cell phone use in cars completely, and that's what I'm against. I'm against banning cell phone use. I'm not against banning texting and driving. I'm 100% against banning texting and driving. So let me definitely need to clarify that. But there's an issue between phone use and texting, and there's a big gray area. And what the city has kind of done is targeted just the student population and is kind of overarching that into the city as a whole. So, thank you for that.
We'll now move to Senator Howard.
Senator Howie, I'll take this. You talked about improving pedestrian safety. Can you kind of expand on that a little bit, please?
Yeah. So in this past session, we've had several pieces of legislation that have addressed pedestrian safety. We've really kind of honed in on certain bus routes in the area that go out and they drop off students, but then students need to cross over to their homes and they don't have a crosswalk. And it's real dangerous for students to be, just running out in different ways. And obviously we have tons of bus stops all over the place. And we also in the last session, we talked about, there was obviously an incident in Northgate where a couple students were killed. And so we really did fight for reform in the Northgate area. We fought to create a wall along the sidewalk to keep people safe. People are flying by on those roads, and it's our duty as Aggies and as student senators to continue to fight for those things. Thank you.
Senator Lewis, actually.
Senator Lewis, on campus caucus. In your talking about what you plan to do, you mentioned a lot of College Station, but I'm interested to hear what your thoughts about your community relations with Brian would be.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that it is our duty it is our duty though to address Brian. I mean, it's basically our community too, and several people commute from there, and several people live there, and so I feel like me personally, I can build off of relationships that I've built within the city of College Station and continue to ask questions and continue to facilitate discussion. Hey, what can we do here? Can we look to create legislation that affects these people? Can we look to see what the statistics are, the demographics for students in this area, and continue to look into the city of Bryan?
That we'll move to, with 2 minutes remaining, we'll move back to Senator Rodriguez.
Senator Rodriguez of the Lawrence Caucus. So how would you tell city council to differentiate a driver who is using a Google map, changing a song, or texting? As a police officer, they can't look through your phone and see, who you texted. So how would that work out?
Yeah, right. That's a good question. Honestly, it's a really complicated issue, and it's going to take some discussion. It's going to take some work, and I just feel like it is on us as students to really keep the conversation open, keep discussion going, and as this body is going to want to create things that are going to benefit students and create things that are going to help students, we can continue to work and we can continue to discuss with whoever need be and figure out what we can do to address the issue specifically.
With 1 minute remaining, we'll move to Senator Page.
Chair Page, City Services. Can you explain a bit about how your 2 years, if I remember correctly, 2 years on CR committee might better prepare you for this position than other people may?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, absolutely. I've been a member for 2 sessions, and so obviously I've seen a lot of legislation, and I've seen the process of several different bills, and each one takes a different road to get where it needs to go. And so obviously being able to see that it's really helpful to me to understand if I were to be the chair that I could direct these things easier and quicker, and that there needs to be certain relationships for this bill and certain relationships for that bill, and not all of them go straight to the city or straight to wherever. And there's different areas that bill for you guys. Thank you. Yeah.
With 20 seconds remaining, we'll go to Senator Wright. Withdraw. Senator Ramos. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we will close the period question and answer. Go to your character. Yes.
Yes.
So if we can take your questions, we'll grab them.
Howdy, Senate. Howdy. Some of you may know me, some of you may not. My name is Wayne Becker. I'm the Municipal Affairs Vice President from this current executive cabinet, so I'm transitioning out right now. My position was new this year, so I had to do a ton of work to start building a relationship with the city of College Station, with the city of Bryan, with Brazos County. So I feel very passionate, very connected to this position because of all the relationships that I've built through it. Throughout the year, I had the privilege of working with an awesome counterpart here in the Senate. Pro Tem Finney was the CR chair this previous year, and so he left some really big shoes to fill. And I wanted to be sure that the person that steps into that role would be able to help the person that steps into my role to the best of their ability so we can continue the trajectory that we're on. Ben De Leon has been steadfast in his interest in this position, in his commitment to learning more about the community. He is the only person running for this position that has attended city council meetings. He is the only person in this position that has met the mayor, that has met city council members, that has been invited to extra meetings, to lunches with city council members because of his commitment to doing that. He's asking questions. He has pursued knowledge at every single point. It's connected to his degree plan in community health. There is no one else that is more qualified, that has put in more time and effort on the front end, who will be able to step in this position seamlessly as Ben. One of the most important aspects of this position is the ability to build relationships and to connect with people. You have to be able to talk to city council, to talk to citizens, to talk to city staff, a lot of different stakeholders within the community. Ben is perfect with that. I've watched him interact. I've watched him meet these people from city staff, from city council, and instantly start connecting with them in a relationship. I remember I walked away from a conversation that he was having after I introduced him to the mayor, and I come back 10, 15 minutes later, and they're still talking, and they're still going at, what Ben wants to see, what she wants to see. So they're already building that relationship, and that happened weeks ago. So this is not something that just came out of nowhere that Ben decided, I want to be in Senate leadership. He's been planning this, he's interested in this, and he has all the qualities that are necessary to succeed. One of the biggest things that happened over this past year, we have speaking privileges now as SGA. So when issues come up, the person in my position has the ability to sit at the dais to speak on those issues. We have speaking privileges. When that person in my position can't be there, when there's something else that comes up, the Senate counterpart is expected to step in. I know Ben would do an excellent job and would represent SGA and students as a whole beyond perfectly up there on that dais. He's able to communicate ideas effectively, respectfully, and get right to the point of where students are at. I'm not going to waste any more of your time, but I just want to say Ben De Leon is the absolute most qualified candidate for this position. Thank you.
Thank you, VP Chair. With that, the period of presentation is now closed. We move into a period of debate, so we can get slide with 1 being Senator Lauren Powers, 2 being Senator Grayson Blair, 3 being Senator Ben De Leon. Once we get that up there, we'll move into the period of debate. Just a reminder, again, please debate for the candidate you're stepping up for. Do not use the name. It's going to be a little bit more difficult because there are 3, so it's candidate 1, candidate 2, and plot twist, candidate 3. So we will be having 3 candidates, and we'll begin with debate 4. You put candidate 1. We will begin with debate 4. Senator Powers, is there anyone who would like to debate for Senator Powers? That would be holding up a 1. I recognize Senator Crowe. You have 2.5 minutes starting now.
Okay, Senator Crowe, off campus caucus. Some of y'all may know me, some of you may not. I was elected to fill a space vacancy in the 68th session, and now I'm honored to be serving alongside y'all in the 69th. This is a point I'd like to make. I think a lot of y'all hold the Aggie values very dear to your hearts. And I know that's something that I ran on during our campaign season, and we've heard a lot about vision. But I think one of the very important things that it takes for a person in this position is leadership as well as character. So when we look at these candidates, I ask you to please consider their character. Obviously, things that are important to us: excellence, leadership, selfless service, respect, loyalty. All these things are so essential to having the ideal leader in our community relations. And when Senator Candidate 1 stepped up to the front here, I know that it was pretty obvious from the very beginning that she radiated passion for her position. She radiated concern for the opinions of others. she exemplified what it means to be an Aggie. And as you're considering these candidates right now, I ask you to please think about her leadership experience, the way that she has stood out as a person of character, not only at her church, but also in one of the greatest organizations we have here at Texas A&M, the big events. A lot of us participated in very recently. And to be recognized as that person who was the most outstanding staff assistant this year is an incredible honor, something that we should value very highly. And so I know that she has what it takes to be leading us with effectiveness, with passion, when relating to these leaders at the city level, to be able to be a person in whose eyes and whose character you can see what it truly means to be an Aggie. So for that reason, I ask you to please consider her, and I yield my time to the floor. Thank you.
Floor has been yielded to.
Or could you recognize?
Floor has been yielded to. Just remind the body. Also, be proud about those numbers, guys. Let them see it. That makes it easier for the speaker to be able to recognize. So we'll now move to debate for candidate 2. That is Grayson Blair. Is there any debate for candidate 2? Seeing none, I can't really call debate one-sided, so I'll just move on to candidate 3. Is there any debate for candidate 3? Yes. Senator Loving. We have 2.5 minutes starting to have the chair Loving. My apologies.
Chair Loving, Finance. Ben De Leon, I got to know him my freshman year before he was actually in Bucks. And as we got to know each other, we clicked immediately. Yes, he's qualified for this position. He's actually my little. And I think you could talk more about his character than his qualifications. This man steps up and does anything for those around him. And on behalf of the students.
Do you have a point?
Point of order, Senator Rodriguez, Liberal Arts Caucus, he said the senator's name.
That's correct. That's out of order. All right, we'll move to debate 4. Candidate 1, beginning with Senator Kubiak.
Senator Kubiak, College of Liberal Arts, howdy.
Howdy.
I am very passionate about candidate. I just didn't hold my hand up high enough. I'm kind of short, as you can see. I would like to debate 4. Candidate 1. She exudes passion. I think y'all saw that from her presentation. I've been late to countless meetings and classes because I've seen her in the MSC and she's talked my ear off about all her goals and visions for Senate. She wants to education. She was in private school actually all throughout high school, and now she wants to devote her life to making the public school system better. She wants to spend her life bettering the community by improving the education of children. That's what she's choosing to do also in her job here with the Kids Club. I think she's proven that she already works with the community through her service as a big event, as an event staff member of the year, actually, and through her work with not only the Kids Club, but she also wants to be an employee of the college student, or she is an employee, she's now an assistant teacher. She's proven that she's committed to the community of Bryan College Station. I love her idea of implementing Senate school days, inspiring other students to get involved in SGA. Isn't that what we want? It's awesome to see all these chairs filled. They're not right now, but it's awesome to walk in a room full of senators, people who actually want to be here, and we get that through competitive elections, which we get by starting early. So I love all those ideas that she wants to implement. I think it's clear that both candidates have good character, but candidate 1 definitely has a passion and the drive and needed to implement those ideas and serve the student body. So with that, I encourage you to vote for candidate 1. And with that, I yield my time to the floor.
The floor has been yielded to. Is there any debate for candidate 2? All right, seeing none, we'll move to debate for candidate 3, and I recognize Senator Giles.
Senator Giles, off-campus caucus. Well, howdy, guys. Howdy. I had the opportunity to get my real estate license this past summer, and one of the most important things that constantly comes and constantly that I hear about is the need for students in the issue that they have with the brothel wall, and that was mentioned by Senator 3, or candidate. I hate this. Candidate 3. Is that he was the only one who even was aware of what the brothel wall law was. Where there's no more than I think experience is a big thing as well, but also dedication. Something we saw in his PowerPoint is that he has the ability and the time available to be able to dedicate time to this position. Last session, we saw an unfortunate, just like falling out of circumstances where bills were caught up in CR and things were not able to be passed, therefore students' opinions and students were not able to be helped. I think if you vote for Senator 3, he's going to very much so represent the students as best as he can, and I believe that he's going to do it the best of these candidates. So I yield my time to Senator Bauman. Is that right? Cool.
Senator Bauman, you have 1 minute.
Senator Bauman, off-campus. After watching the presentation, I came up with a couple of points to debate for candidate 3 that I really think that makes him stand out among the rest. That first essential point is that he has a well-defined policy goals. And honestly, I think that that's absolutely crucial when we're considering chair positions. If we look at all the previous chair candidates, especially those who were victorious, they always had outlined policy goals, things that they wanted to do. I think you can agree that all these candidates, everyone in this room, is very passionate about Senate and about students. But when we're looking at actually setting up a plan, we can see that candidate 3 is definitely detailed with his policy goals. Secondly, I'd also like to note, remember, he was in CR for 2 sessions, 67, 68, and now he's moving into 69. He has a lot of experience in this session, in this committee specifically. And I think that definitely qualifies. I'm sorry?
Your time is up. Okay. We'll now move back to debate for candidate 1. Sorry. Yes. Senator Giles.
Senator Giles, I move previous.
Is that supposed to do that?
You're out of order. You have to have speaking privileges.
Senator Kubiar. Yes.
Senator Kubiar, College of Liberal Arts. I would like to say candidate 1 also had very specific defined policy goals of things that she wanted to accomplish for her committee, defined, outlined, and explained in great detail. I would also like to say that experience does not a great committee chair make. I think she has plenty of experience working in SGA with the community. Just because she hasn't served in Senate for as long as perhaps some other people doesn't mean that she'll make a better committee chair. Honestly, some senators that have been serving for a while may not make the best committee chairs, just aren't as involved as others. But I would like to point out too that some of our committee chairs now have never served as just a senator. They moved straight as committee chairs and done an excellent job with their committee chair. And with that, I would like to move to previous question.
Previous question. Seeing multiple seconds, we move into period voting. All in favor of moving the previous question, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. That is unanimous. Now move into a period of voting. Please remember there are 3 candidates: Senator Powers, Senator Blair, and Senator De Leon. Chief Justice. Settle down. Please return to your seats. We're just close to announcement. I'll let y'all know, we're gonna have a 5-minute recess after this, so we'll have a quick break. Hang tight for just a minute more. Who's in order? That's louder. So with a vote of 34, 15, and 2, that is a majority. Your next community relations chair will be Senator Ben Daly Miller. All right.
Yes, let's start this.
Do solemnly swear. Do solemnly swear.
To faithfully execute to the best of my ability
Faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of State Your Office.
the duties of the office of Community Relations Chair
For the Texas A&M University Student Government Association.
for the Texas A&M Student Government Association
To uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times to protect the welfare of student body.
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
Promote good relations with the students and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations, sir.
Well, with that, we're going to move in. So that's part 1 of the meeting. Part 2 is coming up with executive cabinet consideration. So stretch out your legs. We're going to go to a period of recess for 5 minutes. So go use the restroom, get yourself a vending machine, get out
Oh, I'm so hungry.
We got 5 nominations. 50 minutes. Everyone takes it. So we got
I've been busy with everything. So much of the second I learned. You're good. Is this your first time? Yeah, I could have judged by that. Oh, you're me on I was actually. Yeah. I'm a sophomore. I'm actually, positioning. But you can still serve the leader, right? Yeah. I'm gonna enjoy that. I just have to get comfortable. And easy, as long as you put out this. My first year, I came back. I was LA chair for the. I wanted to do protest, but I missed it. I had to come. This is your, I'll be a senior. What are you gonna go do? Whole grad school, hopefully. I want to go grad school. Now, is your plan to go use grad school, go get a job, or are you gonna go into office? I want to do state. My name's Daniel. Nice to meet you. Pretty sure. I know it's really easy to remember. Everybody remembers it. I mean, mine's 30. So yeah. How goes here? Yeah, this year. He actually got pissed off because he got shut down. Next one is instead of candidate. Yeah. It's his third year too. Yeah. Yeah. What song for you? I'm doing well. It was amazing. I was there for a while, so I know like all that. So we're going to really company and just having like yeah, really feel us. We worked out room together. All my dreams All right, guys. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. We have nominees who've been waiting very patiently, and we want to respect their time as well as y'all's time. So, quicker we get going. You serve as student secretary.
Because he doesn't have a time.
Okay. We have
Yeah, I know.
Lindor, has anyone seen my protest?
He was walking out while I was presenting.
Okay. All right. Yeah, okay, great. We will now be moving into a period of consideration for executive cabinet nominees. Now, these are people who SVP Wimberly have chosen to serve on our cabinet. Now, rules for confirmation, just very briefly, a confirmation requires a 2/3 vote of the body in order to confirm them. It is a 5-minute presentation followed by 5 minutes of Q&A and then debate against, then for, back and forth 2.5 minutes. I believe debate is unlimited. Are there any points of clarification anyone wants to make? Fantastic. Then we'll go into a period of presentation for the consideration for the executive vice president within the cabinet, Dan Rosen. You have 5 minutes, or you have?
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
First of all, congratulations to everyone that was elected to chair position. I'm super excited to work with y'all, and I'm super excited to have y'all work with each other this time. I'm talking really fast because I'm going to keep this brief. This is Dan Rosenfield. He is up for confirmation for executive vice president. Some of you may know him for his work as vice president of public relations this year. He's done an incredible job, and we were blown away when he came in and presented his vision for executive vice president. So I'm excited for y'all to hear about him and from him. So without further ado, here's Dan.
Well, thanks, Hannah. Well, howdy, Senate. My name is Dan Rosenfield. I'm the loudest and proudest member of the Fighting Tech Site class of 2017. Hey. Let's get down to business. So first off, I'm from Plano, Texas. I'm a communication major pursuing a certificate in strategic communication. That's me and my best friend Christian Kirk up there. Never met him. So a couple facts about me. I have personality. So I'm afraid of heights, but sounds like I'm joining the Air Force. And then my guilty pleasure is musical theater. Some fun one. So I want to talk about two different kinds of experiences that I have. First off is my campus experience, and the second is my professional experience. So this past year, I served as Vice President of Public Relations on Exec Cabinet. My two biggest accomplishments were these new initiatives that I created. One was an SGA tailgate that raised over $500 to student veterans that happened during football season. And then the second actually happened this past Monday, is a community partners reception where we invited every single member of College Station City Council, Bryan City Council, local officials, state officials, where it really bridged the gap between student leaders and our community. Served as president of Texas A&M Hillel. So as the chief student leader of the Jewish community, I was both responsible for representing the community as well as overseeing and allocating a budget of close to $500,000. Involved in the course, surprise, surprise, elected 2017 class agent, and then a few other things that I've been involved in these past few years, recipient of Buckwires and class stars. My professional experience, I've interned at the city, state, and federal level, working on a variety of different issues. And working with a spectrum of different leaders. So City of Plano Office of Government Relations, our local state rep, John Rainey, and on the Capitol Hill in Washington for U.S. House of Representatives. So two big things that I'll be doing as EVP. One is finance, and one is SVP support and initiatives. So for finance, my vision for that is first off, you have proactive committee relationships with our newly elected finance chair and his committee to make sure that his vision and the entire committee's vision is communicated to the rest of the committees and commissions of SGA. Also, Bagels and Budget is just an example of an event that happened last year, but it represents something that's education. Educating the committees and the commissions on what the vision is and what the priorities of both SGA are, as well as their respective committees. Financial accountability, working with our accounting office here in SGA to make sure that the money that's allocated to these student organizations is being used effectively and directly in line with our SGA mission. And finally, Development Commission collaboration, making sure that these committees and commissions are using alternative methods of fundraising and development to supplement their student fee allocation money. So that they're not just relying on student fees, and we're being as proactive and effective as possible. Also, we want to make sure that we're growing the SGA endowment and growing our funds that can be used to help SGA and our greater student body, because everyone loves that. Next up is SVP support initiatives. Big thing is step in as needed when SVP cannot attend an event, speak at an event. So look at me, I'm beautiful, I'm great. So second off, that'd be project management, please. This is project management. So throughout the year, there are different projects and initiatives that both Senate creates, as well as exec. So I'd be tasked with overseeing the teams and making sure that those are carried out in the best way possible by working with administrators and a variety of local officials. Third is student outreach in collaboration with Student Senate. I want to work directly with our Senate leadership
to make sure we're being as engaging as possible, looking out for unique constituencies and being as proactive as possible at communication and developing relationships. Fourth is SPP Roundtable. The EVP has the task of overseeing and chairing the SPP Roundtable. I want to make sure that we're inviting the right groups to speak and we're covering issues that really get to the heart of issues that we face on campus. Finally, oversee and develop relationships for SGA and Senate and Exec to make sure that everyone's on the same page, that we're covering the right issues, and at the bottom line, we're serving and representing the student body. Thanks, and gig 'em.
We will now move into a period of question and answer. And I'm actually going to begin by recognizing myself. Could you just, Speaker Hood, could you explain the position of EVP?
Sure. So EVP is responsible for the exec side of the finance process, as well as representing the student body on behalf of the student body president when she is unable to. I don't know if you want to explain on that.
Really just touching on what he said, EVP is kind of the right hand to the student body president if you're looking at the core of the relationship within exec, and they're also a liaison to Senate as well as along with me. But he touched on that as well.
We'll move to Senator Hernandez.
Senator Hernandez, on-campus caucus. So you were in executive cabinet this year. How is your position as vice president of public relations prepared you for the executive vice president position?
So really made sure that as vice president of public relations, sure I had my immediate duties as responsible for communication, special events, but my role was also as a resource to the entire cabinet. So I was working with every single member of cabinet to make sure what are the different projects and initiatives that SGA and the exec cabinet is doing across campus. So I don't think there's any other role on cabinet, any other position on cabinet that kind of delves into as many different things as VP of PR, as well as my role is communicating and acting on behalf of SGA and exec to external organizations, other organizations on campus, and local officials. I think that's what I do on a greater scale as EVP.
All right, are there any other questions for candidate? Senator Crowe.
Senator Krogh, off-campus caucus, you've spoken a lot about some incredible ideas for our campus, but could you, in a nutshell, explain to us what's the heartbeat behind your vision? What drives you?
So I think being as effective as possible, but making SGA a part of the solution. So in SGA and across the student body, we love to identify these problems and ways of improvement, but SGA just identifies them. I want to make sure that we're enacting the legislation that Senate creates, that exec is doing their own initiatives, and we're being a part of that. We are the catalyst for those solutions, whether that be in regards to student services initiatives, academic affairs initiatives, that we're being as effective and proactive as possible.
Senator Shanti.
Senator Shanti, off-campus. You have been involved,
Yes, you may.
and you've been involved in many different organizations across campus and weren't necessarily groomed to be an SGA. How do you think those experiences help you when it comes to your perspective in being in this position?
Sure. So especially in my responsibility as chairing the SPP Roundtable, I got to relate to organizations from a variety of different places across campus, whether that be the core, MSC, or SGA. You're dealing with different organizations, different funding, different advisors, as you know, also dealt with the normal registry student organizations. SOPSI, I'm like best friends with SOPSI. So I think that carries as well, you know, as chair of SPP Roundtable, working on behalf of SGA as the representative to other campus organizations. I see that as part of my role, you know, being the liaison to MSC organizations like that. So that SGA is just like every other organization on campus.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Rosenberg? Seeing none, we will close the period of question and answer. Please leave the room. And we will now enter into a period of debate. We will begin with debate against candidate for EVP, again, that is Dan Rosenfield. Is there any debate against? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll move into a period of vote. All in favor of confirming Dan Rosenfield to be your next executive vice president of the Student Government Association, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously.
I, Daniel Rosenfield, do solemnly swear to faithfully execute to the best of my ability the duties of the office of State Your Office
Executive Vice President
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
and to promote good relations with the students and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations, Dan.
Moving right along, we will now move into a period of consideration. It's actually the same PowerPoint. Oh, that's fantastic. Very well done. We will now move into a period of presentation for the nominee, who is Emma Douglas, for the position of Chief of Staff. So you will have 5 minutes, starting at Howdy.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
That was really quick. I appreciate that. This is Emma Douglas. She is up for confirmation for Chief of Staff. Some of you may have heard her name before. She was election commissioner under Student Body President Kyle Kelly during probably one of the most contested election periods in recent history of Texas A&M University. And she's going to touch on that in a little bit. But what I want to highlight more about Emma is her position as Chief of Staff and her capabilities and qualities to serve as an incredible Chief of Staff, which she's going to show here in a minute. So without further ado, here is Emma.
Very briefly, I'd just like to touch a little bit on what Hannah had to say. My sophomore year as the election commissioner, I made a decision that a lot of people thought was a mistake, and I can understand why they thought it was a mistake, and it very well may have been. And for those of you who think that would reflect on my capabilities as Chief of Staff, I'd just like to say I'm sorry, and I could have done a better job. But I've learned from my mistakes, and I'm ready to serve as Chief of Staff on the Executive Cabinet and for SGA. So without further ado, I'd like to talk a little bit more about myself and my vision for Chief of Staff. A little bit about myself. I'm a junior business management manager from New Braunfels, Texas. I have a pet hedgehog named Rocky and a dog I adopted named Lucy, who likes to be held like a small child despite being 50 pounds. A little bit about my vision and values. My top two values are integrity and respect. Integrity is something I think that you build your entire life, and it can be done in a second, and therefore I think it needs to be at the forefront of your mind in all your life activities. And with respect, I think that's a building block to a number of honorable characteristics such as selfless service and a humble gratitude. My vision for Chief of Staff, of course, is to take care of the details, so very detailed notes, and make sure that people know what's going on in the executive cabinet, make sure I send very detailed recap emails. I want people to be able to be freed from the little details of where they need to be and where they need to go, so they have those covered so they can focus on what their job is for cabinet. I would also like to focus on personal development for the cabinet members, and this is probably my biggest focus. And that I would achieve through doing things such as Myers-Briggs and insights and different challenges and opportunities for that. Leadership is something, especially in SGA, you get to the end of it and you look back and it's just a blur. I want to help people be able to stop and realize what they're learning as they go, so they can take those experiences and use them later in different organizations or post-graduation for their success. I would also like to maintain a cabinet website to help maintain transparency for the cabinet. I would upload the meeting notes and meeting agendas and all our initiatives so everyone, both branches and students, can keep track of what's going on in the executive cabinet and what our different initiatives are and what our meetings are looking like. My experience. My work experience, I'm a CEO of a company called Eloquent Online. We are a radio and online broadcasting company mainly focusing on federal credit unions and banks with a focus on generational communication. I have about 30 employees ranging from 18 to 57, and this role has really helped me learn to communicate better, especially across a number of different mediums, really focusing on electronic communication given the nature of the business. I was also a retail supervisor for 6 years for Schlitterbahn Water Parks. Anybody who's worked retail before knows that there are certain personal development opportunities that kind of job brings, and that's really something I focused on with my staff, was understanding what motivated them and then forming short-term and long-term goals that were focused on and funded by something they cared about. And that's what I'd like to do with cabinet as well. Student involvement, I'm gonna go from bottom to top. I was the election commissioner, Gigam. You all heard about that. I'm also currently a Ruby-Dance room director for class councils. And what I've really learned with this is how to help a team form short-term and long-term goals, because that's a little different from personal goals. And then also to create a timeline and complete that to-do list in an effective and efficient manner.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Probably my most pertinent job was the academic coordinator for Dr. Mercer's Business 101 course at the Mace Business School. Through this, I helped develop a curriculum for about 400 students focused on personal development, using reflections and Myers-Briggs and those different opportunities I talked about earlier. And it was through this that I think I have those qualifications to help cabinet do that, to really focus on their talents and their potential and help shape that into something that will help them succeed later in life, post-graduation, and in other organizations. And with that, I'm confident in my abilities for Chief of Staff, and I hope to have your vote. Thanks, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. We will now move into a period of question and answers, starting with Senator Kubiak.
Senator Kubiak, College of Liberal Arts. Thanks for now, Emma. I have a question. What are some specific plans that you have that you hope to implement as Chief of Staff to, I think we've seen this year, an improvement upon the relationship between Exec and Senate? What are your specific plans to further that?
Okay, well, Chief of Staff is a highly internal job, really focusing on the executive cabinet. But I would love to be able to work with Senate in any way possible and help them achieve their initiatives, help your bills get promoted and passed, and work with my staff to make sure that they're also helping the Senate. If that answers your question.
Yes.
Are there any? Yes, Senator Giles.
You literally just mentioned that Chief of Staff is a big role in leadership within the executive cabinet. Can you elaborate maybe on some additional times you've had to lead people?
Absolutely. So sophomore year, I led my election commission. That was a very small group of people. And then junior year, I led my Dr. Musoma's Business 101 course. And that was a very large group of people. We had 400 students, we had 40 peer leaders, and then within those 40 peer leaders, I had 10 that were in my section that I had to lead. And then I also had an academics project team that I led and an academics planning team that I led. One did lesson plans and one did the research project for the entirety of the class. So I've led groups of 4 to groups of 400. So there's a variety of experience in there that I think would really help apply to the cabinet as well. It's a little smaller than 400, but I think those experiences, especially with Dr. Musoma, if any of you have met Dr. Musoma, he's a very dynamic individual. And so taking the experiences and what I learned from him, I think I'll be able to apply it to cabinet.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the nominee? Seeing none, we will close period question and answer and move to period of debate. Please leave the room. Thank you. All right, Senate, we will start with a period of debate against the candidate, and I will begin by recognizing Chair Page. Chair Page, you have 2.5 minutes, so you have.
Howdy, Senate. Howdy. A lot of us weren't here for the incident or whatever that it was vaguely addressed beforehand. So for those of us who weren't, I wanted to go ahead and clear the air and make sure everyone's aware of what actually went on. So this right here is a stack of impeachment papers. And I'm just going to, because I wasn't in this session either, so I don't want to pretend like I can speak firsthand about these events, but I just want to read a little excerpt from this. And by the way, we had over a third, or there was over a third of the Senate which signed this. The candidate was impeached and resigned before the trial. So, I, Senator Blank, do hereby file articles of impeachment against Election Commissioner Blank for her failure to faithfully and fairly execute the duties of her office. The Commissioner's actions and lack thereof have exasperated the situation beyond repair. In what has been a tenure defined by deceit and disaster, the Commissioner has openly defied the regulations at the cost of the integrity of our institution. Never before have Yale leaders been forced to practically secede from the SGA in order to maintain that students have a voice. Never before have we seen such a role so rife with recklessness that students and candidates are forced to endure and whirlwind of problems having to be solved by the judicial court. The statement must be made that never again may events like this occur. There's 4 more paragraphs going very much on the same sentiment. I'm not going to waste your time reading all of them, but I think that echoes pretty well how that session felt. And if you guys want to go ahead and confirm this person as the second highest, arguably second or third highest position in the executive cabinet within SGA, then by all means go ahead. However, I severely caution you on that. With that, I yield my time to Senator Baumann.
Senator Baumann, you have 30 seconds.
Senator Baumann, off campus. There is only one thing that really spoke out to me. I'd like to echo everything that Paige has said and notice, of course, the mishandlement that had happened. But the number one thing that
Senator Blair, do you have a motion?
I motion, Senator Blair, Liberal Arts, I motion to extend the period of debate by a minute.
Second. I mean, there's no seconds, but I don't believe that's in order. Yeah, that's it. That's in order. It's been moved. There's that requires a 2/3. Changing the speech. 2/3 vote, I believe. And so all in favor of extending, do you have a motion? No. All in favor of extending the period of debate by 1 minute?
I do that.
So do you have a motion, sister?
Point of information.
Please state your name.
Senator Lander, Corporate, would this extend debate by a minute for both for and against, or just for this current cycle?
Well, because debate is unlimited, it won't debate the total cycle. But my understanding is when the motion was made, that it would just extend the period of debate by 1 minute. It's been moved and duly seconded. So all in favor of extending debate by 1 minute, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay. Division.
Your call zone division. All in favor of extending the period of debate, please stand. All opposed? I have to do some math here. Yeah, that's as was mentioned, political science major, I apologize. But that is 2/3, so that passes. You will have 3 minutes. Make it continue. All right.
Just going back real quick, echoing what Paige had mentioned about the impeachment proceedings and actually resigning before the impeachment proceedings actually moved forward. I think that's a little bit, it tells me something about her character when she's not willing to be able to stand before us, to be able to be held accountable, and actually decides to go ahead and give up her seat before she can be able to discuss her actions and go further. The second thing was when she opened up and she said that I made a decision that many of you think is a mistake. That's not owning up to your actions. I'm sorry. There's a difference between coming up here and humbly saying I was wrong, I made a mistake, and saying I made a decision that some other people may think that was a mistake. I'm pretty sure the candidate is a very nice person, but when we're talking about integrity, when we're talking about character, and when we're talking about qualification for the position of Chief of Staff, I have some serious doubts, and I think everyone here should as well. And with that, I'd like to yield my time to Senator Lander. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, then I yield my time to the floor.
All right. We'll now move into a period of debate for a candidate, and I'm actually going to recognize myself. Howdy, Senator Speaker. Howdy. I did not think that I would ever have to step down on a debate during this session. It was my dearest hope that I would not have to step down and debate during this session. However, when someone's character is attacked and maligned, I have an issue with that. When I step when I am standing here and I'm watching questions come up, and I open the floor to questions, and questions are not asked of the candidate, and then it is brought up the issues in her time in this position, and those questions are not answered, then I have an issue with that, because those were never asked.
Point of order, Senator, or Chair Page, since the speaker did not say his name and caucus.
He did.
I heard Speaker Hood. I couldn't just say Chair Page.
Point of information. Chair Riojas CA, he's also as an off-campus. I believe.
That is correct. Chair Rosine, rules and regulations. The difference between saying his and you saying chair is the fact that he is the Speaker of the Senate. He's in order.
How much time do I have?
3 minutes.
3 minutes? Back to where I was. I'm not standing before you asking you to necessarily vote for this candidate. What I am asking you for you to do is consider the qualifications that she has. Not looking at necessarily what one senator put forward after, mind you, after she left the room. That is why I'm stepping down, because I cannot stand by and watch someone, and it should be brought up, not in front of her, not allowing her to answer the question herself, but waiting until she leaves the room. That's unacceptable, and I hope throughout the year, I hope that I never have to step down and debate for this reason again. That's the only reason I'm stepping down. And with that, I yield my time to Senator Giles.
Senator Giles, off-campus caucus. I couldn't echo that more so. Something I want to point out is the actual duties of the position of the executive chief of staff. And they are there to serve Hannah. And that person does, in a sense, serve the student body by through assisting Hannah in her duties, in her day-to-day, sort of how she operates. But in no way is she going to be sort of directly affecting groups of people like she was in the election commission. And to shed some light on that real quick, I actually did serve in that session where that happened. And one of the reasons she did step down was to have integrity for that position. There was a lot of things, and I'm not even fully educated on what exactly happened, but it was a lot of like technical mishaps that went wrong. And things that had happened inside like code of computers that she did not set up, but rather happened to go wrong, and then she was blamed for it. And so I urge you to confirm her because of her character and of her great relations with Hannah, and that they are going to be working so well together. And I believe she is a great fit for that. With my time, I yield my time to, how much time do you have for? I yield my time to Senator Potts.
Senator Potts, on campus. Hi, howdy, Senator. I'm a new senator. I'm sorry, that's fast. I'm a new senator here, and I think it's important to recognize that we should uphold the nomination of our newly elected president. It says a lot if Senate decides not to support her nomination. And we really want to cause like problems in relations this way. County Senate.
You have 5 seconds.
Unless someone would like to make a motion to extend.
Senator Lewis on campus caucus, a motion to extend the speaking time by a minute.
Okay. All in favor of the second? Okay, the rise of the pro tem. Approved. 2/3. All in favor of this extension, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All in favor, please stand up. All opposed, please stand up.
Seeing that that is not a 2/3 majority, that is denied.
Yes.
Yes.
Senator Hess, Engineering Caucus. So the argument was just made. There are two arguments I heard just made. The first one being that it was mainly technical issues. If it was mainly technical issues, do you think that the nomination at hand would have said that she made a decision that most people did not approve? If it was a lot of technical stuff, do you think she would have said that? Of course she would have, but she didn't. How did she? Two, I saw the same individual come through the session last session for a different position, and we had the same thing going on here. It was the same thing, and we all knew at the end of the day how we decided to get through with that. She's not in the cabinet now, and that's something I want you to keep in mind, that just because one person or a small group of people think that one individual will make a substantial impact doesn't mean a whole room of people have to agree with her. I just want y'all to remember that. I give my time to Senator Broach.
Chair Broach.
I'm arguing in the for.
Chair Broach, Academic Affairs. I was here in the 67 when this whole large mess happened. I had to say it was very messy, and it was kind of embarrassing to see someone going up for a position. She did go back up, and it was for EVP actually. She got denied, and I don't know, is it not our job as a whole Senate to make sure that we have the most trustworthy candidates? Someone who is not willing to own up to their mistakes, which a true leader would do, should not have the opportunity to pretty much get a raise for whatever position they were at. And I yield my time to Senator Turner.
Ellen,
30 seconds.
I just want to point out, Senate, that when we're talking about this, we're talking strictly in the capacity of this job. No one is slandering Ms. Douglas. We're not saying that she's a terrible person. What we are saying is that we have to be absolutely 100% certain that we're putting the best possible people into this. And it's a matter of fact that Ms. Douglas did make some poor decisions in the past. So I feel that this is more a matter of just getting the right people into the job, which does not include Ms. Douglas.
Okay. I will move to debate 4. I will now recognize Senator Wang.
Senator Wang, on campus. Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
This is wrong. Straight up. I'm sorry. So, first of all, she admitted that she made a mistake. It's the first thing she said when she got up here. She's serving in a completely different role. So we're suggesting as a body that if the student leader makes one mistake, or whatever mistake, that they're going to be exiled from SGA. And like Hood and like Giles said, we need to look at her qualifications for this position and notice that most of the debate is not about whether or not she's qualified, but rather, but has been rather about this mistake. And we know for a fact that she's qualified, hands down. She made a mistake in the past, she acknowledges it, we acknowledge it. And she's gonna be doubly and triply careful and aware of her actions, and she's not going to slip up again because she's going to have every single eye on her. And I'm pretty sure that she's aware of that. One mistake should not hold back the betterment of SGA. She is here for the students to serve as a selfless member of SGA. And with that, I yield my time to Casey.
So do we are College of the Arts?
That's actually out of order because she's actually debated all the others. So you need to recognize someone who's not yet.
Oh.
So she still has the floor.
Senator Wang.
I yield my time to Senator Day. Senator Day, College of Science.
We know she's qualified. There's no question. We've seen what she can do. Obviously, these people believe in her enough to set her up here 3 different times. And keep trying, because they want her in here, because they think she can do her job. Okay? People keep on staying here and saying you're not slandering her character, but you're saying because she made a mistake, because she won't accept it. I think she's accepted it. I think she's received her comeuppance, so why are we going to block her from doing what she wants to do when she just wants to serve us? She obviously knows what she needs to do, and she's been given the opportunity to do that, so why don't you let her do that? We've already blocked her once, why would you do it again? There's no reason. You've made your point. Give her a shot. And you have time to I'm sorry, you're the wrong one.
There's actually no more seconds.
Then I yield the floor.
That will end the debate against. Seeing none. Oh, Rios.
Jerry Yohoff. CA. You know, I don't want to talk about whether or not she's, made a huge mistake, whether or not she's okay, but I don't want to talk about her character. All I do want to say is that I feel like what a lot of people have been saying is when people issue appointments, we should trust that they made the best decision. We should say, oh, no, they put it here for a reason, let's just pass them through. If that were truly the case, then our confirmations shouldn't even happen. You know, the whole reason that confirmations are here is for us to double check, to make sure that the appointments that are put forward are.
Can the senator say, his copies?
Yes.
I'm the chair.
I love to leave this.
No, it's just going. Mr. Rios.
So that's the problem I have, not whether or not that we should talk about the character, or not whether or not why we should consider her or not. My problem is that we're saying, oh, we should just trust these appointments, we should just pass them on through, because the people that made the appointments obviously know what they're doing. If that were true, that were truly the case, then we shouldn't have to have confirmations, because every time confirmations are double checking to make sure that we are in fact having the best person for this job. If we vote her down, it's not like no one's going to fill that position. They're going to put someone else forward, someone who may in fact be better fit. Time to move forward.
Okay, it's time to the floor. I will now recognize Senator Hernandez.
Senator Hernandez, on-campus caucus. Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Integrity and respect. Those are her 2 values that she outlined in her presentation. She admitted her shortcomings before she presented and is ready to move forward with this. I don't see anything on her presentation or on her resume that doesn't qualify her for this job. And have we forgotten that SVP Kimberly was the previous chief of staff? She went over 70 applications, went over 35 interviews to carefully select someone who she believes can get the job done. She resigned not just because she was ashamed, but because she wanted to honor SGA by not dragging the name down anymore. This, I yield my time to Senator Abdullah.
Senator Abdullah, on-campus caucus.
3 seconds.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
What we've come to debate here has been so far not the qualifications, but the character, and I think it says a lot about our character for us not to even let her answer this question.
Okay, so with that, we will now open debate 4 once again. Against. Okay, against. Somebody would like to debate against. Senator Giles, 4. Senator Page. Or Chair Page.
Chair Page, Student Services. I just want to remind the body, first of all, there were over 70 qualified, I can't say 70 qualified, 70 applicants for the executive cabinet. A number of these applied for the chief of staff position, some of which I know myself and I know are qualified for the position. I'm also going to mention that the candidate up for confirmation right now was on the SVP's campaign. I'm not saying that has anything to do with it. I just want you guys to be aware. But ultimately, I've heard a lot about, yeah, she had a mistake, but she has qualifications, so we should push her through. And that's entirely the wrong attitude to have. We're here to consider these candidates based on the best candidate for the position. There are plenty of people who apply for this position that have, just as many qualifications and don't have this blunder in their record. Why not consider one of them? I think we're all looking at this the wrong way. They've been saying, oh yeah, we're attacking her character. No, we're making aware decisions that have happened in the past and why they happened. Because she was denied in a previous session, because she was impeached, these are all things to take into consideration, not because we're bringing it up because we don't like her. No, because we're bringing it up because we're doing our job. There's a lot of people in here that are new to SGA, and that's fantastic. But I think you should all think about what you're really doing, and think about why she may have had these things happen to her in the past. What integrity really means. Yeah, she mentioned in her PowerPoint, but integrity wouldn't be getting impeached for lack of integrity and lack of fulfilling your position. Yes, this is a different position, but it's the same person. So while, yes, she could do a fantastic job, I'm fully aware of that. It could happen. I know that there are plenty of people who apply for this position who would do a fantastic job, and we don't have to take that gamble. We don't have to go off on the fact that, oh, we should just confirm her because she was picked. Yes, every single person we're going to see was picked or appointed to their confirmation hearing. That is not a good reason to put somebody through. In the past, we've denied multiple people, and it's worked out very well. Not all the time, just one person or two people or three people going through interviewing 70 people and just picking from that. That's not always the best decision. We have 80 or 70 people in here. We need to make an informed decision and not a, I feel bad for the person kind of decision. We need a person who's going to be very effective at this job and that we can trust. And I do not think that this candidate fills that position or fills that role. With that, I yield to Senator Ball.
Point of information. There were, Speaker Hood, there were other people who had their hands up for debating this, so I don't recognize.
I didn't see that. Well, I yield to Senator Blair.
Time's already expired.
Then to the floor.
All right. Is there any debate for? Yes, Senator Lander.
Senator Lander, Corps Cadets. So although we keep saying that we aren't attacking her character and we need to make a choice on somebody we can trust and all that, I still haven't heard any arguments against her qualifications. She has experience. And I know personally the one who talked to me so much, I know he's a very, very great leader. If he's working, she'll work with him for any period of time as some kind of coordinator, the academic coordinator. I know she has the internal development she's able to do, and she really has that internal development for a chief of staff like position. On top of that, again, she was not given the time to defend these actions of hers. Nobody asked that question of her. The excerpt that was read from the document that was signed by so many senators, the one that was specifically brought up was the thing about the Yale leaders. And another thing that was brought up later was that, well, if it was a technical issue, she should have brought that up. The time that she resigned, they didn't fully know it was really a technical issue, but after the fact she resigned, that's when they learned, okay, it was a technical issue. That specific part was not in her ability to fix. That was a true, genuine technical problem that happened while she was election commissioner. That truly was out of control. If there's anything else that was in her control, that it was her fault that she should have fixed, then we should have asked her about that. If you had a problem with that, somebody should have asked her. Now that's the question. This has to be against her already before she even has a chance to defend herself. You wait till she goes out the door when she can't defend herself, and you're going to vote against her. And you're not going to talk about any of her qualifications. You're talking about you don't trust her. Yes, she ran for EVP last year, and we denied her. And you know what? That may have been that. Even though she got denied there in front of her peers here, she still came back. She has the heart. She has the passion. She has the passion for the student body. And I don't think we should deny that of her. I think she has the qualifications. She's shown that she wants to be here. And we should give her that. I believe we should give her that chance. With that, I'd like to move to the previous question.
Okay, that is a debatable motion. Okay, so we're moving to the previous question. All in favor for confirming? moving to the previous question? All in favor for voting towards moving to the previous question, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, in the ears of the president that has it, yes.
Chair Page, Student Services, I move for a roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Okay, all in favor of?
Information.
Yes.
What is a roll call?
That's a great question, Senator Childs. A roll call vote is a vote that is called on by attendance, and you vocally say A or nay, and then it's tallied. And yes.
Point of information, could it be also used, Senator Lewis on campus, could it also be used as an intimidation tactic?
I believe it could be viewed as that, but it's entirely, Yes.
Speaker Hood, was there a 1/6 of that motion to move to?
I gotta be honest, I did not count. Okay, division. All in favor of a roll call vote, please stand.
Point of information. Senator Argamini, College of Engineering. What is the difference between a roll call vote and a ballot vote?
Well, in this circumstance, there is no ballot because there's only one person running. So it's a roll call vote. Because
well, it's either yay or nay, so isn't that a?
This is how it is.
You quantify it.
This is how we. Okay. All opposed? Okay, so we're doing a roll call vote. All right, yes.
Senator Wang off campus, point of information, can senators who are not dressed appropriately vote? Sorry.
Yes, yes, they may. All right. Now. Speaker Hood. Okay. Pro Tem Finney, for our Chair Rosine.
Against.
Against. Chair Broach.
Against.
Yes.
Can you clarify what for and against means for the body?
For means that you are approving of the nomination to be confirmed, and then against is that you are against her confirmation. Okay.
Senator Blair, Liberal Arts, point of information.
Yes.
Are points allowed to be used as debate tools?
I don't believe. No. Yes.
Speaker Hood, can you please explain to the body the different options that someone has when doing a roll call?
That's a great point. So you can either say yay, nay, or abstain from voting altogether, or pass. And then once we've gone through the attendance, we will come back to you. So if you decide to pass. So. Chair De Leon. Chair De Leon. Over here. Chair Turpin.
Against.
Chair Page.
Against.
Chair Loving. Chair Riojas.
Against.
Senator Beal. Senator Beal. Senator Diaz.
For.
Senator Lavinka. Senator Scornianchi. Okay. Senator Walter. Senator Walter. Senator White.
Abstain.
Senator Johnson.
Pass.
Senator Montford.
Abstain.
Senator Nelson.
Against.
Senator Smith. Senator Smith. Senator Lander.
For.
Senator Rose. Senator Rose. Senator Ferguson.
For.
Senator Smart.
Or.
Senator Powers.
For.
Senator Price.
Against.
Senator Ratchin.
Again.
Senator Argimani.
Again.
Senator Hunter Brown.
Against.
Senator Nick Brown.
Against.
Senator Henderson. Senator Henderson. Senator Hess.
Against.
Senator Martin.
Against.
Senator Robinson. Senator Robinson. Senator Cook.
Pass.
Senator Peterson.
Abstain.
Senator Abid. Senator Wright.
Abstain.
Senator Beerley.
Against.
Senator Blair.
Against.
Senator Cox.
For.
Senator Gonzalez.
For.
Senator Kubiar.
For.
Senator Rodriguez.
For.
Senator Day.
For.
Senator Golke.
Against.
Senator Abdullah.
For.
Senator Hernandez.
For.
Senator Lewis.
For.
Senator Paz.
For.
Senator Bauman.
Against.
Senator Foster.
Abstain.
Senator Davis.
Pass.
Senator Dean. Senator Eads. Senator Gimbel.
For.
Senator Giles.
Pass.
Senator Gill. Senator Long.
For.
Senator Howie.
For.
Senator Israni.
For.
Senator King.
For.
Senator Crowe.
For.
Senator Krumholz. Senator Langston.
Again.
Senator Mathis.
Abstain.
Senator McDonald. Senator McDonald. Senator Milligan.
For.
Senator Moore. Senator Norman.
For.
Senator Shonker.
For.
Senator Trevino.
For.
Senator Turner.
For.
Senator Wang.
For.
Senator Weisler.
For.
Senator White.
Abstain.
Senator Wilson.
For.
Senator Wolf. Senator Johnson.
Abstain.
Senator Cook.
Against.
Senator Davis.
For.
Senator Giles.
For.
Okay. Well, with a vote of 31 for and 21 against, that does not reach the 2/3 majority vote required to confirm this nominee, so that nomination is terminated.
Okay, so moving right along, we'll now move to a period of consideration for the position of Vice President of Legislative Relations. You'll have 5 minutes, starting at Howard.
Sorry, you don't look like this one. I don't think I.
You're a little tall.
Just.
Hi, Senate. This is Jake Barnett. Y'all have heard me talk about him a lot. He is the person that created that incredible coalition that I talk about so much. I think that speaks for itself. So without further ado, here's Jacob.
Well, howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jacob Arnett, and I'm seeking to be your Legislative Relations Vice President next year. So just a little bit about myself. I am an economics major and a graduate student at the Bush School, so I'm finishing my first year at the Bush School, very exciting. I'm from Flower Mound, Texas, which is in the Dallas area, and a little hobby of mine is I enjoy reading philosophy. So I'm not going to waste your time. I'm going to jump right into the vision that I have for next year and what I would do for y'all as your Vice President of Legislative Relations. So I have 2 main values. The first is perseverance, and the second is integrity. So as your Vice President of Legislative Relations, my job is to go to the state legislature and advocate for you. Advocate for what you want to pass in the state legislature. And I intend to do so with incredible perseverance. My plan is during the spring semester of next year, I'll be going down to Austin once a week to talk to state legislators. And I also intend to do that with integrity. My job is to advocate for you. I'm not here to advocate for my personal views. So if you give me a directive, I will do it. So I have incredible integrity in what I do. I've served in this role last year. And so that being said, what I really want to spend time talking about is sort of the game plan for next year. So there are 2 main aspects to what I want to do with legislative relations. The first is advocate for A&M specific goals, and the second is to advocate with other schools. So in terms of A&M specific goals, there are certain legislative items that affect A&M or something that you as student government want specifically for the A&M system. So for instance, a private school is not affected by the same funding issues as a public school. So if there's a funding issue that you would like for me to lobby for, I would go down to Austin and advocate specifically for that goal, specifically for A&M. So I tend to go down once a week, and needless to say, I'd be advocating on behalf of those A&M specific goals. The second part of what I'm going to be doing is advocating with other schools, which is a project I've been working on this past year, which I'm incredibly passionate about. So I started this project last year that's based around the idea that higher education bills affect every university in the state of Texas. And so it's much more effective for us to lobby together rather than to advocate separately. So at the beginning of this year, I reached out to every major university and their student government throughout the state of Texas. So that includes TU, Texas Tech, Texas State, Baylor, Trinity, etc. As of right now, we represent 20 universities throughout the state of Texas and represent about 400,000 college students. And all of them are advocating for the same legislative agenda. This is the agenda that was passed by U Senate last session. So that includes tax-free textbooks, improvements to Good Samaritan policy, improvements to mental health services, etc. So the idea is that what I want to do next year is to coordinate these schools in an effort to go down to the Capitol and say, we as students in the state of Texas want these legislative items passed. So that plan is going to look like this. First, what we're going to have is a big conference day where we have every student government down at the state capitol lobbying together. So we're going to have about 200 students down in Austin in one day. The second part of that is going to be coordinated trips where we have a different school down at the state capitol each week. So 1 week Texas Tech will be down there, 1 week Trinity will be down there, etc. I intend to be there every week. But that being said, we're also coordinating other schools to go down to the state legislature. And the final part of that plan is campus mobilization. So it's really easy for LR to go to the state capitol and form relationships where we're a small group of people. And so what's even more important is showing that all students want these goals, not just these 15 students that go to the state capitol. So what I'm going to be hoping to do next year is encouraging students on this campus to contact their legislators with emails, phone calls, letter writing, etc. so that it's not only myself and my team going to state capitol, but we also have a couple hundred students, not only at this university, but every university throughout the state contacting their legislator. So it's lobbying trips and campus mobilization. That's the game plan for next year. I'm more than happy to answer any questions about the specifics for what we intend to do. So other than that, just really briefly, my experience, I served as the Vice President of Legislative Relations this past year, and I've spent this past year sort of developing this plan and making sure that the other student governments are coordinating with us. I'm the president, was the president of the Association of Core Associates, which is a liberal arts honors organization. And sort of a fun fact is I'm a private debate instructor, so I teach how to research public policy and governmental ethics in my free time. It's how I pay the bills. So other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll take those now. Hi.
Before we move to the questions, are there any questions for the candidate? Yes, Senator Trevino.
Senator Trevino, off campus, what's your favorite philosopher and how do you identify with his beliefs?
Sure. So my favorite philosopher is Emmanuel Levinas. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He basically says that when we look into the eyes of other people, we feel this overwhelming obligation to help them, and that defines who we are. I find that to be personally persuasive, and it's something that I try to live by as best as I can, but truth be told, I don't try. So, yeah.
Any questions for the candidate or for the nominee? Seeing none, we'll now close period. Question and answer. Moving to a period of debate. Is there any debate against the candidate? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll move into a period of voting. All in favor of confirming Jacob Arnett as your next Vice President of Legislative Relations, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. That was unanimous. All right.
I, Jacob Arnett,
Do solemnly swear.
do solemnly swear
To faithfully execute to the best of my ability.
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
The duties of the office of State Your Office.
the duties of the Office of Legislative Relations
For the Texas A&M University Student Government
for
Association.
the Texas A&M Student Government Association,
To uphold the honor of the same.
to uphold the honor of the same,
At all times, to protect the welfare of the student body.
for at all times to protect the welfare of the student body,
And to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
and promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We will now move into a period of consideration for the position of Vice President of University Committees. We'll have 5 minutes, starting at Howard.
Yes. Howdy, Senate. This is Crystal Mochi Gamba. She is coming back and being reappointed for the position of University Committees. Something that's really important here is university committees, or the vice president of university committees interacts a lot with administration. So having the same person in it 2 years in a row will only help us grow stronger in our relationship with these administrators so we can be great people appointed to these university committees. So I'm excited for y'all to hear from Crystal, so here she is.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Like Hannah said, my name is Crystal Mochiamba. I served as this year's Vice President of University Committees, and it was a blast, so I'm really happy to be with y'all again today. It's a little weird because the past several confirmations I've done have not been for me, but for a whole group of people standing behind me. So this is semi-new. Class of 2018. Woo! I'm from Seguin, Texas, which is right outside of Broncos, which is Schlitterbahn is. I'm an agricultural economics major. I hope to go to law school. And fun fact, there are currently 5 Mochigambas, to my knowledge, currently enrolled at A&M. I am only related to 3 of them. One of them is me. So it's me, my brother Mitchell, who I live with, and my cousin Clay. And then I do not know Carly Mochigamba. I don't know how many of you may know her. Yeah, see, everyone knows Carly, but I don't. I really need to meet her. And then there's a Kirsten. So Mitchell's the odd one out. He doesn't have a K name. So yeah. That's fun. Vision and values. For some reason, I didn't actually put actual values on this slide. So just to preface, that has actually been a question through the past 2 years on our cabinet application. And my top 3 values that I live by are wisdom, integrity, and humility. Humility being the primary one because I believe that it is very important and vitally significant to personal growth that we all stay true and humble to ourselves and to the people that we serve around us. So those are just my values. Then vision for this position. Since I've been in it already once, I am intimately familiar with how it works. Ergo, I have a pretty good idea of what my vision is for this next year. Just some things I would change. I would like to get started on finding the appointments earlier. Last year I started around August. This year I would like to start sometime in July, just to give a little extra padding. And oversee the appointment process for all of these candidates that we would like to seek out, make sure they're highly qualified and passionate to serve in the committees that they're appointed to. And if anyone doesn't know what university committees are, these are committees obviously overseen by the university, but that have a significant role in student life participation, and they want student input. And so our job is to find appointments to these positions to go and give the student opinion and student representation to these committees. There are things like the athletic council, different academic advising boards, transportation. So they greatly vary. There's approximately 140 positions each year with upwards of 30 to 40 committees. So after finding these appointments and getting them confirmed, I would act as the liaison between the administration, SGA, and the student members. So obviously that means good communication and good open relationships with all three of these entities that I've already established this past year, and I would like to continue to grow this year. And then obviously also to work within Senate and Cabinet amicably. This year I really greatly enjoyed getting to know everyone in SGA, and I hope that only continues, especially since I think a lot of y'all are new, which I'm really excited about. Experience served this past year, and I served on several actual university committees, so I understand from a student perspective what is to be expected. So hopefully that helps with the process. Also, I've been in COSTA the past 3 years, and that has only just developed my love and appreciation for student government. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them now. Thanks, Dan Jacob.
We're now opening the floor for a period of question and answer. Are there any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, we'll close the period. I don't know what happened. We'll close the period question and answer. Move into a period of debate. Is there any debate against the candidate? Seeing none, debate is one side. We'll move into a period of voting. All in favor of confirming Crystal Machagamba as your next university committee's vice president, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? That passed unanimously.
I state your name.
I, Crystal Machagamba,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of, state your office,
the duties of the office of Vice President of University Committees
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same,
at all times, to promote good relations between the students. Oh, dang it, I messed that up. At all times, protect the welfare of the student body,
to at all times protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
and to promote good relations with the students and those concerned with the university.
You did it.
Thank
In the interest of time, we will actually be deviating from the agenda. If there are no objections, I'll be deviating from the agenda and moving to a period of committee reports. So we'll begin with reports from Pro Tip Finn.
Howdy, everybody. 3 quick things. I just sent you an email it's an invitation to edit a spreadsheet to post your committee preferences. I've also sent you another email that has a Word document of the committees and what they do. I'll be sending out applications for the operations committee. Read it. And placards, when y'all are putting all your placards away, please put them one on top of another and try to keep them as organized as possible. That makes my life easier and your life more organized. So with that,
With that, we move to student services, student services, rules and regulations.
Howdy.
Basically, just kind of give a brief description. Within the rules and regs, we have a lot of bills that come through, pretty much anything that changes the bylaws, anything that changes our code in particular, or deals with the code. So ends up being probably a majority. We never, in my time, have had a week where we didn't have legislation through, and usually it's multiple. So just be ready for a knowledge of the code, and if you want to prep my committee.
Now we'll move to, are there any questions? Sorry, there's always questions. Are there any questions for? Seeing none, we will now move to constituency affairs chair. And they're all explaining their positions because y'all will be prepping to decide what committee you're going to be in. This is the job that Pro Tech Committee and I will be working on to make sure that y'all are assigned to. So please pay attention during this time.
There we go, CA. So basically what my committee will be doing is we hold tabling hours in the MSC. So if you correctly, we'll do that. We'll also, if we find people that want to talk to us, we'll go to organizations and talk to them, kind of what CA and what Student Senate is all about, try to get their opinions, and then we'll be drafting legislation, that sort of thing. So your typical committee, and if you're interested in that, if you're interested in finding out what the people want, I encourage you to talk.
Any questions for Chair Riojas? Yes.
Senator Lewis.
Please say.
Senator Lewis on campus. What about the issues on diversity? We have to address it all.
Yeah, of course. Anything that's a problem with students is.
Any other questions? So now we'll close the period of question and answer. We'll now move into finance. Finance.
Oh, Chair Levy, sorry. My committee basically will take the allocations from student activities and allocate to USGA committees such as big event, muster, carpool, and so forth. And then the second half semester we'll work on research on ways to lower fees of tuition.
Any questions for me? Seeing none, we'll close the period of question and answer. All right, we will now move to legislative affairs.
Chair from Legislative Affairs. So basically what my committee is going to do is deal with all the interactions between Texas A&M and then the local and state governments. So if you have any interest in legal stuff and that kind of thing, then I want you for LA committee. So any questions?
Seeing none, we'll now move to academic affairs.
Academic Affairs, Senator Chair Roach, Academic Affairs, sorry, this is really new. Basically what we do, we coordinate with the Student Senate or not Student Senate, the Senate for, yes, Faculty Senate, and we go through things, textbooks, being a grade level howdy, pretty much anything and everything that has to do with your academic life here at A&M. We get a whole bunch of bills, so make sure you're ready to work when you come in, and I will try to set up a group meet as soon as I know who else is in our committee. So, questions?
Any questions? Seeing none, we will now move to student services.
Chair Page, student services. So don't be intimidated. SS is usually the most fun and the most prepped group. You know, I can't take all of you, but I'm going to try. On a serious note, so SS is student services. It's anything to do with student life at A&M that's non-academic. So we deal with dining, we deal with transportation, which is buses, roads, parking, bike racks, anything to do with that. We deal with campus security, campus life, disability services, any other kind of, again, anything that's a service to the A&M campus, repairing a sidewalk, building a new crosswalk, unless that's into the community. So anything at A&M that's a service to students of that nature. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. We usually have quite a few bills that people are pretty passionate about because it's things that affect them on a day-to-day basis. So we can do a lot of good there, and I'm looking forward to working with you guys. Are there any questions?
Seeing none, we will now close that period and we'll move to, last but not least, CR, community relations. Chair out here. Chair for community relations out here. Community relations is a position that works directly and indirectly with the community of Bryan and College Station. If you want more information about that, I invite you to talk with President Vinny Gale, that position last year. With that, we will move into a period of executive reports, starting with School Body President.
Thanks for staying here this late. It's like almost 11:30. Wow. I am very thankful that y'all confirmed Dan, Jacob, and Crystal for the positions. They were selected because I think they're the best people for the job, and I'm confident that y'all are going to see that over the next year. I believe in the confirmations process, and here's why. Checks and balances. We all overlap in every way that we can. The confirmations process was really shown to be effective 2 years ago when SVP Joseph stood up and had a person up for, I can't remember the position, and during debate, a gentleman stood up and said, guys, I was gonna flow with this guy, and he is pretty racist and pretty homophobic. Those are the reasons why, and he was not confirmed, rightfully so. Those are the reasons why we have a confirmation process. We do not have a confirmation process so that we can attack individuals. Research, legislate, and advocate. Let's talk about research. Some of y'all had talked about how that you were in the same session as the election process that Emma oversaw. No, not a single person reached out to Emma when they saw that she was put up for the position of chief of staff 2 weeks before this meeting. Not a single person reached out to ask her a question. Not a single person reached out to say, hey, what'd you learn in the process? Or even, hey, I'm not going to vote for you, and here's why. No one reached out. Then when she gives her confirmation presentation, no one asks a single question and then gets up and debates against her on points that could be clarified in a question and answer process. This is not fair. It's not just Emma. If you did this to anyone, it's not fair to anyone. You're not doing justice to the position. You're not doing justice to SGA by going about the confirmations process this way. And I'd like to reiterate on the fact that if we did not let someone back into SGA after they made one mistake and admitted to that mistake, none of us would be here, or a large majority of us. We are student leaders. Students are here to learn. We're here to learn through these leadership opportunities that we've been given. We're here to learn and make mistakes and grow from them. As someone mentioned, Emma was brought back up for confirmation last year. She was not brought up for the position of EVP. She was brought up for the position of operations vice president. This position, she was denied for, and guess what? She came back again. She came back because she wants to serve. She went through heck and back, and she still came here because she wants to serve the students of our university. I want to start strong here, and I really believe that we have. I'm very excited, like I said, for the people that you confirmed, and I'm very excited to see the people that are going to be coming up in the next meeting. They are incredible individuals, and I hope that you vet them on that. Ask them questions, but ask them questions. If you have questions, ask them. We are working together. We are moving forward to create a better student government and a better community for our students at Texas A&M. And the only way that we can do that is if we start off strong and we work together throughout this process and beyond. I'm now open for questions.
All right, floor is now open to questions. Are there any questions for the student vice president? Seeing none, we'll close the period of questions. And we'll move into an executive report for Mitch. All right, howdy, Sid.
Howdy.
Okay, first of all, I just want to say how cool it was to watch some of y'all with your new Aggie rings start banging on the table. Honestly, I saw some of this. Looking at it. It's always a little bit louder at the Aggie ring day. So I want to congratulate every one of you for your milestone, your accomplishment, and earning your Aggie ring. That's fantastic. Gosh. Every time, it's just great. So, very briefly, elephant in the room, I got down and debated, right? I will never step down and debate unless I believe that we are doing a disservice to the students of Texas A&M and a disservice to the Student Government Association in some way. I want you to understand that I do not take stepping down to debate lightly, and I do not take stepping down to debate as a tool that I can use to sway each and every one of your opinions or each one of your views. I respect the decision y'all made tonight. Y'all voted, and y'all voted not to confirm the individual. I, as your representative, stand by the decision that each and every one of you made. I'm not going to say whether or not I agree with it, but what I will say is that as your representative, I'm going to stand by, right? But I will also say that I do not ever want to see an attack on a character of an individual, and what I define as that is when there's an opportunity to ask them questions and you do not bring it up until they leave the room. I've seen in my 2 years of Senate that happen time and time again, and I'm tired of seeing that, guys. It's better, it's not what we do. It does not match the Aggie core value of respect. Bottom. Question and answer. That's all I ask. But moving on from that, I just want to go over some of the stuff that we've been working on already in Student Senate. Good job on the rules, guys. Pro Tem Finney and I, we met with Chancellor Sharp last Thursday, got to sit down with him. Thank you to the previous speaker, Aaron Mitchell, for setting up that meeting. It was a very productive meeting. we got some answers about Kane Hall. So what we realized is that Kane Hall is something that the construction of Kane Hall can be happening alongside with the construction of the hotel, alongside the construction of the parking garage. But that is something that has to be signed off by the administration of Texas A&M. So SVP Weberly and I, in about a week, will be meeting with the person who's over that, over the approval for that project, and emphasizing the importance of getting disability services and student counseling services back on campus to serve the students of this university. I'm very excited about it. The students care about it. That's what we do. And I'm very proud to be part of a body that does that. I'm also going to be meeting Vice President BPSA, Dr. Q, actually walked in for a couple minutes. We saw the individual with the bow tie. Great man. I really encourage each and every one of y'all to get to know him. I'll be meeting with him very soon to talk with him. Just going down the list here. There's a community partners dinner that was mentioned. That was fantastic. I encourage y'all. There are events that we get invited out to the Senate, and sometimes Senate's turnout to these events are not as high as other parts of SGA. When we show up to these events, we show that we're plugging in the student government, we're plugging in the community. So I really encourage you, every opportunity you get, to engage with the community of Texas A&M, to engage with people. If you get invited to an event, make every effort to come. Internal announcements, committee selections, please fill those out as soon as possible, because if you don't fill them out, Penny will be setting a deadline. If you don't fill out those committee selection process forms, we're going to put you in one. And you might not like what we put you in, but we have to fill these committees. So please fill those out. It's imperative that you do. I'll be sending out an email now that all the chairs are selected to create the Senate manual ad hoc committee that I committed to when I ran as speaker. So there will be that committee. I'll be sending out an email asking people who are interested, and I will be appointing a chair in the committee in the next meeting. Be prepared for caucus leadership elections this next joint session. What that looks like is each caucus, so if you're geosciences, if you're off campus, you elect a leader of your caucus, and that will be happening next meeting. So we waited 2 meetings. I decided to wait 2 meetings so that y'all can kind of see who's in Senate, get a feel for who's a leader, who you think would do a good job representing your caucus and leading y'all and reaching out to the students that you're representing. Yeah, and one other thing. So I've been able to sit down with several senators between this week and 2 weeks prior, and I just want to share something that I learned about each of those senators. I spoke with Senator Boster. Is that how you, Boster? Yeah. I spoke with Senator Boster for a little bit about finances, and I've really learned how passionate he is for that. And he came to me and approached me and asked me about finance, and I was able to explain to him this is what it is. If you like finance, if you like crunching numbers, Mr. Chair, this might be a good person you can reach out to talk to. I really want y'all to use these opportunities to get to know people. I also spoke with Senator Lewis, had a really good lunch with him, and got to kind of hear who he is. And just a quick fact about him, he has a necklace, actually, and in that necklace is a vial of mercury. And he says it's because the Greek god Mercury was a messenger, and he was quick. And Josh lives his life based on being quick, is what he explained to me. And one thing that just kind of an example, he ran a 48-400 in high school. So this guy, and last I spoke with Sarah Olivia Krog, actually, and she's very talented. She was a semifinalist in the Aggie public speaking contest here at Texas A&M. That's out of 1,000 people she's one of the top. One of the most important characteristics that a singer can have is grace and being gracious, and the way that you present yourself, the way you work with other people. And I think she demonstrated that tonight, and I think it's a great example. That's just, I'm going to be doing this as I meet with y'all, so if you're comfortable, I always ask if you're comfortable with me sharing that, but I do want you to understand that these are amazing individuals that you're going to share a room with. And these are people who you're going to make a great difference with. And I'm excited to be with each and every one of you guys, because we're going to get a lot done this since Texas A&M. And I believe that's all my With that, I yield to questions.
Questions from the speaker? No questions? Yes.
College of Engineering. Can you repeat the committee that you said that you discussed previously?
Oh, right. So the senator, I'm going to be appointing the ad hoc committee to create the senator manual. That's something that I campaigned on when I ran for speaker, is that each and every one of you, by the time you get back here in the fall, so this committee will be working over the summer, but it'll be over Google Groups. I'm going to be making sure that I appoint a good range of people who are experienced and people who are experienced. That way people who are unexperienced can be able to say, hey, I don't really know what to do in this area. Like, I don't know how to write a bill. I don't know Robert's rules. I watched Joseph get called out of order twice the other day, and I have no idea why. Like, being able to explain to people, these are the things that you need to get your job done, and have that at each of y'all's desks by the start of next semester so we can hit the ground running. So I'll be appointing a committee to get that done. Is that his approach? Yeah, great. Yeah, absolutely.
Senator Lewis on campus. With what you deem an attack on character, will that be deemed out of order from here on out?
I've made all the comments that I'm going to make on this.
Okay, so no more questions. Thank you, Speaker Hood.
Thank you. With that, we will move into a period of closing roll call.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get out of here. Now, be sure, placards organized. You need a placard, correct? Okay.
Please stay in order.
Please stay in order. You'll be out of here in 5 minutes.
We'll be out a lot quicker if y'all are in order.
All right, Speaker SVP Wimberly. Speaker Hood.
Howdy.
Yourself. Rosine.
Howdy.
Chair Rosine. Chair Broach.
Howdy.
Chair De Leon. Chair Turpin.
Howdy.
Chair Page.
Howdy.
Chair Levy.
Howdy.
Chair Rios.
Howdy.
Senator Beal. Senator Beal. Senator Diaz. Senator Lavinka. Senator Scranchi. All right. Senator Walter. Senator White. Senator White. Senator Johnson. Senator Markford. Senator Nelson. Senator Smith. Senator Lander. Senator Rose. Senator Rose. Senator Ferguson. Senator Smart. Senator Powers. Senator Price. Senator Ratchet. Senator Arney. Senator Hunter Brown. Senator Nick Brown. Senator Henderson. Senator Hess. Senator Martin. Senator Robinson. Senator Cook. Senator Peterson. Senator Habib. Senator Wright. Senator Beerley. Senator Blair. Senator Cox. Senator Gonzalez.
Please stay in order.
Senator Kubiar. Senator Rodriguez. Senator Day. Senator Day. Senator Golke. Senator Abdullah. Senator Hernandez. Senator Lewis. Senator Paz. Senator Bauman. Senator Boster. Senator Davis. Senator Dean. Senator Eads. Senator Gimbel. Senator Giles. Senator Gill. Senator Wong. Senator Howie. All right, stay in order.
Please stay in order. Thank you.
Senator Zani. Senator King. Senator Crew. Senator Cruz. Senator Langston. Senator Mathis. Senator McDonald. Senator McDonald. Senator Milligan. Senator Moore. Senator Norman. Senator Shocker. Senator Trino. Senator Turner. Senator Wang. Senator Weissler. Senator White. Senator Wilson. Senator Wolf. All right, thanks everybody. Y'all good night.
All right, have a good night, y'all. Be safe, please.
Hey, we here. We get a roll call.
I'm not gonna be able to.
So I don't know why. I think it's a sign that like, I argue that it's a sign that you've really done a lot of hit.
Always, it's always a pleasure.
I can move y'all along. If y'all, you guys make sure you get those tapes. Yeah. All right. Can you take this? I'll get this. It's traditional politics. Are there any other ones? We have to, okay, this is, okay, we have to get out of this room. We actually extended it, so if we can have two people help me move that table back into that, the lobby over there. We can move this, yeah, that table. The podium actually comes back over here. Thank you.
Yeah, that does a lot of work.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
I'm dead.
I cannot wait to.
All right, y'all.
Yeah, put all the pointers.